separate themselves from the pack. And to be honest, we had some really close games still. So yeah, obviously there are, we had some people who pulled ahead. You had Nord, Ruddy, and Venom Crest now sitting at 3-1. But to be honest, I think Ruddy was the only one, in my opinion, who looked pretty solid, I guess. Maybe Nord as well, potentially, on that one too. But it was, the parity we've got this split, at least so far, in the NLC is something that I've not seen before here.
I mean, definitely was right? Like, it's very close right now. I mean, we're only on to week 3, so it's still early days within the season. Last week was fun, though, because we got the Venom Crest Ruddy showdown. Ruddy pulled ahead there. Then we had the Verdant Nord showdown, which is quite fun because Nord have been on fire this season, and that was their first loss of the season so far. They did bounce back the next day when they beat out Lightside on day 2 of last week, but everything is still very tight, and I think it's fun to see because if you cast your mind back to week 1, we had that Ruddy game where they lost, and I can't remember. Let me check who they lost to. They lost to Lightside, and Don Jake came on, and you could see he was pretty tilted off the loss that game. He was not happy. They've obviously kind of got their heads back in the game for week 2. Got 2 wins out there, especially the big one versus Venom Crest is a big win for them because it puts them ahead and it gives them a match over one of the other front runners in the league right now. So it's still really anybody's game to play or anybody's season to play for. I'm excited for Nord versus Ruddy. I think that's going to be very fun because the two styles of these two top teams are very different from one another. So we could be in for a really, really interesting game, but Nord could also get hold of that game and it could just be super chill, but Ruddy could get hold of that game and it could just be absolutely manic. I'm so excited for when those two go toe to toe.
It's going to be an interesting one, but before we talk about that, let's look at the standings of the teams. We were talking about teams in 3-1, and those are Venom Crest, Ruddy, and Nord tied up on the first place, then followed up by LLS, Verdant, DMG. Now on to the last positions, we have Nativz and Blue White still searching for their first victory of the split. Obviously a team coming in from Division 2 to Division 1 out of nowhere. It was a rushed one, so they're still taking some time to adapt, and they're also making some decisions within the team. We heard that on the interview. So it's still anybody's game. We're still on week 3. NLC is a little bit behind looking into the other ERLs across Europe, but it's also really interesting, so stay tuned for that one. We showed you the standings of the team specifically because we have a fantasy league going on. So if you want to participate, head on to our social media and sign up and look at what you can win. If you're the first, the best, you have a SteelSeries Apex Pro TKL with the SteelSeries Nova 7. It's wireless. We actually have a jingle about it. On the second position, we have a SteelSeries Nova 7. It has Bluetooth. And then on the third one, you have the mouse that belongs to Middlecott. You still have to return it, by the way. The cops are actually trying to find them, but having some issues, so Ruddy might help us with that one. So join on the Fantasy League. So these are the prizes for the people who are at the top of the standings at the end of the split. And if you need some help, might as well show you the players that were at the top of the standing. We have Built, Kiturukan, Alex, Nata, and Alaric. It's kind of interesting, right? Because you have some names that belong to the same team.
5 names that belong to the same team. These guys are tearing
kind
it
of
up,
biased.
Man. They're tearing it up. I mean, it's not biased. It's based on statistics. So like, it's showing us that Ruddy are incredibly capable. No surprises really. But I'm curious to see like who else is going to be coming up on the kind of the catch up. I guess I'm just kind of like rack my brain of our teams and of our players. And right now, I do feel like there are people who are going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Ruddy. I think it's still very early. I think we've seen Ruddy. I didn't even think they were having fun in their loss versus Lightside. I think they just got slammed. So their hubris can catch up with them. I'm interested to see who's going to be the next team to take Ruddy down because they have already been humbled once. Humbled by a team who's not even one of the top teams as well. So that's why that Venom Crest win last week was oh so important. Today they're playing versus Nativz though, so not particularly, I'm not going to say a hard team, but they're literally second from bottom Nativz, so they've got a bit of a ways to go. Ruddy looking to be on a complete complete recovery after that week 1 loss. So many teams so close, and when we brought up the standings, you got multiple teams who could in this week catch up or even potentially overtake our front runners. There's so much room for movement. Even Blue White's like a good week here puts them into the middle of the table, even though they're at the bottom with 0 wins right now. It's still early. It's still really anybody's league to play for. And if I remember right, Spring was like this as well. Spring was very, very close.
Quite different in the way they were standing, but really close at the same time, Fox.
Numbers-wise, yeah.
Yeah. In Spring, like it's 7th place. The difference between 7th place and 3rd was 2 games. There's like 5 teams in there that all had very, very similar scores. So yeah, we're kind of used to that to that thing as well. And I think so far here for the summer split in the NLC, like I would say Nativz and Blue Whites have looked like a notch below the rest of the teams. Nativz are 1-3, Blue Whites are 0-4, and Nativz the only team they beat is Blue Whites. But the rest of the teams are all actually really close. So yeah, it's going to take a few more weeks for that dust really to settle, because so far it is just so compact, so tightly done. And all the games we've got here today, I think the last one here, Venom versus Nord, and the first one as well, DMG versus Verdant. Those are 2 games that I'm really keeping my eyes on to see how these teams in the middle of the pack really separate themselves.
Just for you, the schedule. Now it's on you, Fox. Now tell me the schedule.
There you go. First game of the day we're going to have here in 10 minutes time, Verdant versus DMG. Both these teams are tied on 2-2, so that's going to be exciting. Ruddy versus Nativz, top of the league versus bottom of the league on that one. Blue Whites, followed by Light Side in game number 3, and Nord versus Venomcrest. Again, Nord versus Venomcrest, though, they're tied in score, but it's not a 2-2 scoreline, it's a 3-1 scoreline. So these are two of our better teams here so far in the NLC. So pretty exciting stuff. I'm keen for these ones, and I put 5 points prediction-wise on the first game and the last game of the day, because I think they're going to be the closest one. So, go hard or go home. I'm excited to see how they play out.
Oh, you want to talk predictions? Okay, let's talk predictions. Let's see how we are standing on today's foot. Because it's always chaos when you bring up the predictions. So who did we vote for?
Oh, my word.
What are you? Oh, you are deranged. You're mental.
We've gone for the same. We haven't. I went for Blue Eyes. Yeah, only. Yeah. We got. I'm feeling it.
I respect the hustle on you betting all on probably the hardest games to call. I think.
Yes.
If you look at my predictions are very much based on I think the Ruddy is going to be an easy win. I think the Light Side's going to be an easy win. So they got the 5 points because that's a pretty easy bag. Then DMG versus Verdant, I'm genuinely not 100% sure. Venomcrest versus Nord, the same. So that's why I bet like that. Foxy's done the opposite. Foxy's just gone all in on the harder games to predict and just pray to God he's correct. I mean, low-key pray to God you are correct, because I've got mostly the same bets as you, other than the Light Side one. Oh my word.
No, this is exactly it. I was like, okay, these games are boring, so I'm going to put 1 point on those. I think I know the outcome of these ones. Obviously, Blue Whites are going to smash Light Side, so that's a tedious one. Just 1 point there. But yeah, we've got to keep it spicy. We've got to keep it bumped. It was too boring last split. I was head and shoulders above everyone until we changed the.
You know what he's doing?
Playoffs.
He's trying to make Duckling feel well, so he's trying to bet as much as he can in order to give Duckling an advantage. Middlecott is. I don't know what happened. Middlecott was in first place a week ago. Middlecott, something happened to you. You changed. Meanwhile, Ruddy is roommate is taking the lead a little bit behind Veteran. Was in first place somehow. I don't know how that's happening, but okay.
He's trying to actually win the predictions, probably.
It's really interesting. I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's always a change, like a separation in the standings of predictions when you have the play-by-play at the bottom of the bracket. You have the analysts at the top of the bracket. And I'm in the middle.
I ain't having this slander. This season, I'll admit I'm at the bottom. Last season, I was top 3 for the vast majority of the show. For the vast majority of the season.
I'm glad you put that in on the sentence. For the vast majority.
Okay, if whoever, I think it was Middlecott or it was Initialize, introduced that stupid playoff system where you just get absolutely slammed. And it's like, that was, I'm not happy with that one. And I'm complaining to the manager about that. But before that moment, I was doing great. And then as soon as that silly little mode we put in, that silly little rule that just deducts all of your points if you get it wrong.
Yeah. Who do we have to blame for this?
Duckling? I'm just going to blame Duckling.
Actually, it's Middlecott, but I'll take it. It's Duckling. We'll blame Duckling. Don't worry about it. So we were talking about the top 3 between spring and summer. The idea that it's almost the same. It's the same, but it's different. But it's the same. You have that meme. So let's talk about it. So this is last spring at week 2 before week 3. And then this is the split that we're standing right now. And look at the same results in terms of North is at the top of the ladder. Venom Crest is in 3rd place yet again, even though they're 3-1. So they were like 1st place tied up. North as well. But the difference between Ruddy from spring split to this split shows a lot. And DMG as well. Look at it.
Yeah, DMG really jumped up there. Nativz, they've got their scoreline the wrong way around from last season. Not doing
yeah,
so
but they
good.
didn't make playoffs last season, so maybe that's it. Maybe that's the strat this time round, you know? We'll start off weak and maybe we'll finish strong, unlike last time.
Interesting to see for both Nord and Venom Crest have exactly the same scoreline as last split, because it was about week 4 where I think it went wrong for both of those teams, and they started to drop a couple too many games, and they made their lives way harder getting towards the playoffs. So I'm going to be interested to track and see if they keep that style going from what we saw in spring, or if they are improved. And those mistakes and that end of the season for Venom Crest was really rough actually. So it'd be interesting to see what happens with them going forwards. But if I remember right, they had at least one more good week in them from spring. So maybe it's not all doom and gloom yet for them.
And that's a really interesting correlation between these top 3s, these big 3. I'll call them big 3, the Ruddy, Nord, and Venom Crest, the way they're playing, because I believe Venom Crest and Nord are playing kind of the same way, but Ruddy are way more aggressive, way more into, hey, let's fight, let's skill check you, let's see how it is. What's your opinion about this meta?
It is bloodthirsty, yeah. It's crazy, and I think the champion... the champions that are strong in the meta right now really suit Ruddy's playstyle and Ruddy's champion pool. I want to specifically look towards jungle and mid for that one as well. Alex in the mid lane, and Kit Karukun in the jungle. We've seen his carry, his AP carry performances and just carry performances in the jungle as a whole. He's really good at that, and those champions are really meta right now. Alex as well in those kind of really quite crazy aggressive mid laners too. Like the Corki is now coming into being a thing as well, and I think that's very much an Alex champion. So yeah, these guys just skirmish a lot, they fight a lot, they draft team comps with a lot of damage, and that's damage check you every single time. And you can see it in their statistics as well when you compare them to some of the other teams. They may look a little more unhinged, but to be honest, it's to their benefit, right? And they come out on top, and I think this is why they are, in my opinion, the best performing team so far here in the summer split.
So when you talk about the meta and the way they're playing, do you believe that as soon as the meta changes, Ruddy might be in danger and eventually lose their grip on the way they're playing versus the other teams that are playing more macro-wise?
Not
saying that Ruddy is not
depends on how the meta changes, right?
Yeah.
The thing is right now the meta is relatively aggressive, and that suits Ruddy. Ruddy are far and above the others when it comes to kills per game. They're averaging 26 per game, where Nord are on 15. But the difference is it's interesting, because we were talking about this a little bit in the pre-show, well, before the pre-show started, is the playstyles between Venom Crest, Ruddy, and Nord. Nord and Venom Crest are a lot more macro-orientated. Both of them are dropping very little towers per game, so they are rotating around the map efficiently. They are trading objectives efficiently, finding good team fights for themselves. Not saying they don't get kills, but they're definitely playing way less aggressive. Where Ruddy, they're dropping towers left, right, and center, and they're just hands checking anyone who crosses their path. And my concern is what happens if another team in the league gets better with their fight macro and starts to be able to outperform them in hands. Let's say Ruddy make it to EMEA and they've only displayed their ability to fight and team fight. You go up against an LFL team, I'd put good money on an LFL team being able to team fight well. And then suddenly, if you don't have the macro to back that up, are you going to be in trouble? So from me, I'm not saying Ruddy aren't capable of macro. We just haven't seen any macro from Ruddy. So I want to start to see over the next few weeks them display their ability to play a more smart game of League of Legends, more than just like a hands check versus the opponents, because I think they've proven their point. We know, as far as clicking their buttons and clicking on the right people, they're definitely far above everyone else right now in the league. No denying of that. Stats back that up. but I want to start to see them play more smart. Trade objectives, play an intelligent game of League, because then when you get to EMEA, if the hands fail you, the macro might be able to be a crash mat, a net fuse, a fall on as you crumble in a fight or something. So that's what I'm hoping from Ruddy. They're fun to watch though. So right now I'm quite enjoying this version of Ruddy.
Let's enjoy the first game as well as we toss it to the idea of Verdant versus DMG. Obviously, there's a little bit of an idea. A few people betted on DMG, other people just predicted Verdant. I would like to look into the bot lane. Not only Namex, but X-Drop, the way they play. Obviously, you have one AD carry that is looking for the more stable AD carries. He played twice the Aphelios and the Senna. On the other side, he played 4 different champions. X-Drop, he even brought in the Nativz as well. So the idea that both these players are dealing, for instance, X-Drop has the damage percentage on his team of 34%. That's a ridiculous amount of damage that he's bringing into the table, even with the Nasus. And it was kind of a tanky Nasus, but when you look in both these teams, Verdant and DMG, where should we be looking for?
Ooh, that is a good question. Obviously, I think it's very hard to not talk about Bucci when you talk about DMG. This guy's super.
Because he's returning this week.
Yeah, exactly. He was off last week, and I think that was probably part of the issues that DMG suffered. So the return of Bucci, for me, I think it probably is going to be top lane. It's going to be the most interesting. I know ADCs tend to get a lot of attention because it's kind of their job is to be there for the late game. But Bucci's been pretty dominant in like a lot of his matchups when he's actually been here for DMG. So for me, I think he's probably the one I want to keep my eye on. And I'm curious what top lane's going to look like. Obviously, the Cassante has started to get more and more bans because it is just ridiculous as a champion. I mean, a tank that does Yasuo damage is not okay. So I don't really want to see Bucci get the Cassante. I mean, I do, but realistically, if you are on the side of Verdant, if you're on the side of Verdant, don't give Bucci the Cassante. Either take it away from him or just straight up ban it.
I like the idea. Foxtrot.
I mean, it's a similar thing to what you mentioned, Archron, mate. I think it's a bot lane focused matchup for me in this one too. I mean, Jake's mentioned Bucci and Shihan. I think is a good one to keep your eyes on, like as well. Especially these are two champions that will always like scrap, and two players that will always scrap and pick champions that can scrap, more of the bruiser focused champions. But yeah, the performances that we see, I think especially from Verdant's side with X-Drop, like you can always rely on him, right? You can see we've also got a bit of a change here in the mid lane. It's Harbor's out. It's Errol in the mid instead.
Errol,
yeah, he's come back here. So that's gonna indeed.
That's a big change. Now I don't know if I want to focus on the bot lane when Errol was returning, because the champion pool on this split hasn't been, at least searched for. So you may pull a different sort of pick. Meanwhile, Skarner has been removed. On the side of DMG, they're taking the pick on those that they've seen Verdant play the most, and the other side as well. So those are targeted. Corki is available, and obviously it's going to be picked.
Yeah, no surprise there, especially... Yeah, I mean, he's so strong right now. It's funny how much he's changed, by the way, with like his play style, not just his itemization, obviously, where he's more like AD and lethality now, but the way like the way he fits into a team comp. Corki used to be one of the best scaling champs in the game, whereas now he actually falls off. As the game goes on, his win rate goes down, which sounds like a very non-Corki thing, but yeah. So lots of you're looking for that kind of early game centric play style there. And depending on where you want to take it, obviously it can work in mid or in bot. But I actually like having it in mid and then pairing it with a more scaling ADC bot side, so that you can have something to play around mid, early mid game, and then have that fallback as the game goes on, which I also think X-Drop fills that role really, really well. And Jake, exactly as you said, with the Cassante priority, there it is.
That is a brawl heavy comp from
yeah.
They've got the Cassante, they've got the Rel, they've got the Corki. This is a team that wants to be skirmishing, and early is the key thing. Like Foxtrot was saying, the Corki typically ever since the rework, typically a champion which is, more about this kind of early to mid game play style. Namexo on the other side is going, let's just sit back, let's scale, picking up the Jinx, and very Namex champion. And Bucci, very, very capable on the Cassante, now picking up the Renekton so you can try and match him in the 1v1. I ain't going to be interested what the jungler is, because I think the jungle pick here could be the difference maker on how this top lane goes. I want to see Bitsy and Dopamine actually just play towards the top side of the map and kind of enable one of those champions to pop off. I think it doesn't take much more than 1 or 2 ganks to really get them snowballing up there. So already aggressive and kind of skirmish heavy junglers getting banned away here from the side of DMG. You give a Kindred over, that kind of fills in that gap of needing a scaling ADC. Also gives you skirmishing ability with the ultimate and the ability to not die. So I like that pick up there, well, I like that ban there from the side of DMG. Now, interested to see what Verdant are going to be looking to pinch.
Like, this is also interesting. When you have the Corki and the K'Sante, you already have a lot of damage, regardless of how you look into K'Sante, but you also allow X Drop to bring something different into the bot line. You played the Nasus. He said on the interview, I can play the supportive sort of carry and even an AP carry. When you have the Corki now, Errol, will it take it? Is this a champion for Errol or for X Drop? And now you can take something AP. We've seen Fruity Fresh bring it up. So I think it's quite open for Verdant. I'm enjoying this draft from them.
Yeah, let's just give me jungle bans though coming in. The Viego getting taken away, the Sejuani getting taken away. Trying to rack my brain. Skarner's banned. Junglers, I mean, most of the big junglers are gone at this point.
Yeah, we see some Ivan
like
knocking about. Oh, Ivan's also banned, so yeah. Vi's a decent choice as well. If you want to be more scrappy, there's always an option for like Xin or something. Yeah, do you actually start leaning more towards maybe like one of these AP junglers as well? To be honest, like it's on the cards. Like Arthas obviously is something which gives you some scaling as well. I'm not. I don't think we're gonna see a double. I'm actually quite curious because he's hovering a lot of ADCs right here. This would make a bit more sense. Another ADC for the mid lane that can challenge the Corki. Tristana is honestly a little bit sleeper OP, I'd say. Like she's quite strong on this patch, and as a fun little fact, in the NLC, she's been picked 4 times and she's won 4 games. So she's rocking that sweet 100% win rate so far here. So yeah, a very effective champion and a good tool into Corki, and great for the lane phase if you're looking to push things down. But I did mention it could be at that flex, and that Corki could be that flex down to bot side. We haven't seen it as a bot laner yet, but here it is. It will be X Drops, Corki, and the Cassio instead in mid. What jungler are you going to round out this comp with? You have a lot of CC already, so you don't necessarily need some for yourself. But if you are going to try and lock down the Jinx, Tristana, then a little bit of CC certainly would not go awry right here. But there's not a lot of choices.
Nice. It's a different
tree. Point and click.
I think
he played Ivan 2 times. Cool.
DMG need an AP jungler. They could look towards something like a Carthus or a Lilia as their final pick. Someone who can farm incredibly fast. With the Fated Ashes change, there's the Carthus lock-in, so they have that AP to fit it in. I like what DMG have put together here. I do worry they have a lack of frontline. Renekton's not a real frontliner. I mean, he is, but he's a bruiser, right? So he's not stacking lots of resistances. He's not going to have like an Ornn engage. He's going to jump in and be a menace on the backline and hope the Carthus damage will back him up. Nautilus is a support, so he doesn't have access to as much gold, isn't going to get really uber tanky. Well, the side of Verdant, they have the Cassiopeia, they have the Corki as their consistent damage, and they have a beastly frontline, and they can also get that Renekton off their backline using the K'Sante. So I think I actually prefer what Verdant have put together here. As much as I really like DMG's comp as a core, I just think the frontline and the ability to kind of separate the only tanky member from DMG's comp, I'm gonna have to give it to Verdant.
Yeah, I'm leaning more that way as well for Verdant. Like the fact that there's 3 big beefy members on their team with loads of CC playing into low mobility carries, like a Jinx and a Karthus. And something as well which is a little bit underrated for Karthus is one of the great strengths of that champion is before you get this big team fight, like before a Dragon or before Baron as the game goes on, you press out, everyone's down half HP. Well, there's 3 tanky people on the other side, so you're only going to hit Cassio and Corki with that ult, essentially, right? And you got champions that can itemize into Locket to prevent that. So I just think that this Karthus pick is going to be a little bit muted this game. And yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not really feeling it here for DMG, to be perfectly honest.
Verdant has an amazing draft, and with that Cassio, things could be a living hell for Renekton because he can't move around the map, but also making a living hell out of the broadcast. Let's toss it to Duckling and also the lovely Ruddy.
No way!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk. Very happy to be back, Ruddy. It's fantastic to be back on the mic with you. Welcome back on the show as well. You've been gone for a few weeks. You know, real life sometimes catches up with you, but it's fantastic to be here with you today. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing so well. Honestly, the last 2 weeks of watching from the sidelines have been torture. The desk did a great job in that pre-show breaking down quite how exciting the league has begun to be. I think Boxdrop hit the nail on the head. We've got 6 genuinely very competitive teams who are all looking like they could make playoffs, could be those teams to go represent EMEA Masters. So really just exciting how the rest of these games end up shaking out. We've got a banger to start us off with Verdant versus DMG with the draft already in play as well. 2 teams that are in that top 6, in that contention for me, that are looking very, very impressive.
Yeah, very interesting, right? DMG have been exciting to watch the split so far. Obviously, last week we have to remember Booty graduating, Theodore subbing in. That does obviously change quite a few things for how they performed last week. Now for Verdant, excited to see how Erol performs back in the mid lane one day and out for another. Regardless though, we'll find out how he performs on his game back right after this nice little intro for the game. And here we are, rooted back on the Rift. So I just want to go over to the draft really quick, right? Because pretty quickly in this draft, you made it very clear that we're going to pick the Cathars. You mentioned it, I think, 3 picks in, just at the start of the second ban phase, that there was a perfect situation for the Cathars. And they drafted right into that. Just talk to me about that, you know, how are you this smart?
Well, I mean, they signaled a little bit early on. I think the Kindred ban is something that teams will look to quite frequently when they're looking to pick the Karthus. Obviously, Lamb's Respite is very good at stopping people from dying to the Requiem. But obviously, Bitzer has been maybe one of the more volatile members of DMG. When I look at the consistency, I've been looking at Namex, I was looking at Booty's performances prior to going away. For that level that had been giving DMG their highs, looking toward Bitzer and Scatterrot to maybe try and pick up the pieces that have been falling and making them lose a couple of games. But for this early stage, the desk obviously highlighted that there are definitely going to be flaws and weaknesses to this Karthus pick this time round. I want to try and highlight some of the strengths that could potentially come from this. Getting to level 6 as Karthus this game theoretically should be very easy. You've got counter pick in the top lane with Bucci, picking the Renekton into the Cassante. Tristana should be getting pushed in that mid lane versus Cassio, who does tend to take a couple of levels to scale up. And the same in the bot side, despite the fact that the Corki is this really aggressive bot laner who can be very proactive in the early stages of the game, that can very easily get countered by Jinx Rockets, who can just push the wave, has complete control over how the wave is dictated in the early stages, and that means that Bitzer should be able to farm pretty much for free, because there should never be an opportunity for Dopamine to cross the river to steal away some camps.
Yeah, those are very good points. We'll see how quickly he does reach that level 6 point, I should say, with the opportunities very likely being there to get it early on. But I want to turn my attention back on the Verdant thing and just discuss a little bit further, you know, what these changes mean, right? It was one of the things I initially looked at when I saw this roster from Verdant, was the fact that Harpo was starting and Erol was on the bench. I thought it was a big boost and a big show of confidence in Harpo that he would be able to perform at NLC Division 1, having someone like Erol on the bench behind him. But with this change coming in very quickly, it's clear to see that things haven't panned out the way Verdant hoped. Or maybe, you know, we are around the summertime, sometimes players go on vacation. It could also just be that we haven't quite had the official reasoning yet. But regardless, seeing Erol back, who I still rate as one of the top mids in our league, is exciting for Verdant, at the very least in terms of how I would perceive them in the strength of things and how maybe the rest of the split performs if he stays here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Erol took Verdant to EME Masters pretty much off the back of the Azir, which had been banned from him. Really ever since, honestly. Even at the play-in stages, we got to see, of EMEA, we got to see some very impressive performances from this mid laner. So seeing him back in the NLC, expect good things to come. His Cassiopeia, a pocket pick for sure. Now Bitzer up on this top side with Shihan. Just lurking, hasn't got the ghost, so no flash available, but should have been able to slip away were there to be a gank coming through. Trade for the crabs between the two junglers, and everything goes back to base. Matched by Bitzer, you can see already. Got those ashes in the inventory. Going to be adding a little bit of extra burn to the Karthus.
Yeah, that item really, really strong, right? It's a force early on as an AP jungler. The burn on minions, or not on minions, the Faded Ashes on jungle monsters, 20, I think, per second. It just makes you clear that much faster and really gives you so much more time. Really strong in the jungle at the moment, as we do see the support starting to look for some windows here. Kormsky fishing. Hasn't quite found the opportunity yet, but if Skate Rod overextends, surely we will see that Rel make his entrance into the mid lane.
No ulti for Earl just yet means that Skate Rod expected to be able to, even if he jumps in, probably find a reset on his rocket jump as well. Just by proccing the explosive charge wouldn't be too difficult for him to get in and potentially get back out, depends on how well Earl is able to place that ground. Obviously, we talked about the power in the early stages of the lanes for DMG and the fact that we're not expecting too much pressure from the Verdant lanes too early on, just because of how easy it should be for the DMG lanes to control the waves. Obviously, the late game for Verdant as well needs to be highlighted also. Cassante doesn't really need an introduction, but in case people have forgotten what Cassiopeia does in the late stages of the game, this champion can't buy boots by nature of her passive, which means she gets up to 6 fully completed items, which makes you theoretically the strongest mage in the game, because you get to buy 6 3,000-ish gold items, whereas the rest of your mages typically only get 5. Long story short, Verdant scale incredibly well if they're able to get there.
That's certainly a good point. The Corgi now with the change as well scales very nicely. I'm so happy to have the Corgi back. I've mentioned every week I've been on broadcast, but it is really a massive change in my opinion. I love playing Corgi again. I've missed this good old AD version of Corgi, but besides that though, this first rake will be taken early on. It would not be a surprise. We see Bitter rotating up towards those Void Grubs in response, and that does seem to be what will be happening. So trade of neutral objectives early on. Both teams looking to play it a bit safer, it feels like here, Rooted, and not a lot of action here early on.
Just been fairly steady. Again, we talked about the scaling the Verdant have got. Not like double marksman plus Karthus are going to scale badly for DMG either.
Certainly not.
They will be equally as happy to go into that late game. My concern for the DMG composition as we get later into the game is who's going to act as that front line, because they don't particularly have a true tank. Renekton much more of a bruiser, definitely able to stay in the front line, but not nearly as long as Shihan will be able to. Snabby going to be on that support's income, not really going to have the chance to stay in that front line for super long. Whereas, as we've mentioned, the Cassante, even up against double marksman Karthus, you'd like to think we'll be able to stay in that front line for a fair bit of time, buy the space for E or buy the space for X-Drop, who, it's worth mentioning when I'm looking at this Verdant roster, if I'm looking at the bright points, it was X-Drop. You know, last week we got to see him pretty much one lethal tempo removal away from being able to carry a game up against Ruddy, which was a little bit heartbreaking, but also, you know, just goes to show that he's a player of a really high caliber in a league where I'm actually really high on the AD carries for the most part in this region at the minute. X-Drop is a player who also gives me that excitement.
I think that's a really good point to bring up. I'm excited to hear that you think we have a high level of AD carries. I certainly think that myself, but I'm often a bit of an optimist compared to someone like you. When you say that, I start to genuinely have belief in that opinion as well. I think we just have good AD carries. I think it's a very good point to bring up. I think our league is in a very interesting spot as well, as this 1v1 could become lethal in the top lane. Shihan does not get the flip back, slice and dice, and Bucci gets him out. Having Shihan back in the league as well, certainly also a welcome face to have back. Obviously, with Ruddy just 1 year ago getting them a 4th place finish. Now on Verdant, a team that since their arrival in the NLC, Rudud, has performed consistently well and been challenging for the playoffs, but even making EMEA Masters once.
Yeah, and you know, Bucci here dicing with death on the top side, does still have Dominus to go.
This could be bad for Shihan. I think he's just caught out the turret as well, helping up, but somehow, some way, he's still not dead. Did that turret even do damage? That's just Cassante things.
That is indeed just Cassante things, Duckling. Shihan able to limp away. Ghost expended there, so a trade of ultis on the top side, but Summoner Spell also burned for the Verdant top laner. And you can see constant waves crashing into this bot side. Now Max going to be able to collect this one. Both of the marksmen down on that bot side went for the call, accepted the handshake, sort of said, okay, we're happy to scale, we're happy to sit back, and unfortunately for both Snarby and Kormsky, mid lane is in much the same sort of situation, and if you ever try and gank this top lane as a support, you just feel sad because of how useless it is to try and impact the top side as a lane. And You know, when you've got two engaged supports, it means that their time to shine is not now. It's going to have to come a little bit later on. So keep your eyes on Snubby, keep your eyes on Karmsky to be the engaged tools much later on into the game, setting up around those objectives. Going to rely on the Maokai plus Rel combo. Really, when we get into the later stages for DMG, it's pretty much all going to be on Snubby to find somebody who's out of position if they're looking to start a fight.
Yeah, I agree with that. A lot of pressure on him. Let's see how he steps up. I think we have a lot of time to sit here and prepare, I should say. The handshakes between the lanes, just accepting their scaling. You discussed it a bit already, right? Great scaling on pretty much every single member on both teams. Dominating carries and Kathis doesn't scale poorly. Neither does the Kasofia on the other side. And with Shihan, no Ghost. He could be in a bit of trouble here. Bucci is paying him a visit though, but we'll just proc that first strike, get a bit of extra gold. First item for him already completed as...
Yeah.
How do you feel? I think Malignant, right? Very strong item for people who like to use their ultimate a lot. For the Catalyst, do you think it's something that you need to buy? Because I've played Catalyst once since the new item. As have to hold that thought though. Namex in a bit of trouble, seems to be out safely. But for what I've understood, Catalyst, it's really important item, right? Getting that extra cooldown reduction on the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, typically, I would absolutely agree with you. I do think that Blackfire Torch is just one of the items currently of all time. It is genuinely outperforming a lot of other items, so you can make an argument for both. Equally, I'm not as much of a mage player as I once was, so I tend to default back to the pros knowing what they're doing and praying for the best. Bitzer has been on this Karthus grind, so already I can see just through the amount of farm that they've got, they know what they're doing. It is clear my camps and clear my camps again. A little gank into that top side, get a little bit of gold from first strike, job done. First little void grub there taken away by Dopamine, which means no 6 grubs for DMG. Still going to be an option for them to get 5 in the void mites, as it looks like a lovely little buffer there. Scatterot was able to get away from a petrifying gaze from Earl.
Yeah, we are certainly inching closer towards that first blood. It feels as the damage starts ramping up on these players. They've now spent a good solid 10 minutes scaling up here in the early game. Drake started for DMG. This would be their first of the game, but it seems like Verdant doesn't just want to hand it over. Dopamine is here, same goes for Komsky. Erol could rotate, and Skate Rod is a bit low, so all in all, the grand picture seems to be that Verdant will claim the streak.
Yeah, this is a big win for Verdant, because they were able to deny 6 mites on the top side. They were also able to now take this second dragon, so by and large, neutral objectives going very heavily in favour of Verdant early on. What you didn't get to see, but on the minimap there, Shihan actually walking toward this dragon. Big commitment from the team that were looking to take away these double drakes early on. Oh, okay.
Skate Rod looking for the Requiem comes down as well. The ultimate comes through, needs a few more auto attacks, has the flash available. Erol, one more auto. Skate Rod finds the first blood.
And that's what the Karthus gives you. Requiem, wherever they are on the map, it's a global gank. Even if you don't have the full damage yourself, you've got the jungler to back you on up. Bitzer with the first strike going to be dealing a little bit of extra damage, and the early Blackfire Torch really paying off there, getting the extra damage down. Now Skater able to find a third plate in the mid lane. Look at the positioning as well from the Tristana, just walking back off of the ground so that they can jump forward, finding that flash with the lethal execute as well. Really well played in the mid lane. Nice sync up between the mid jungle duo.
Yeah, and that's a good start, right? Getting that first blood, finally on the board. This gold lead that DMG has been building up now is starting to grow quite a bit. 5th void grub secured as well, making sure that they will spawn them when they start hitting these turrets. Let's see what this situation leads to. Erol is on the flank from the Kasofia. Pizza could be in trouble here. The E damage will start to come through Twin Fangs, cutting through the HP bars already very quickly, as Pizza is taken quite low, but the TP from Skate Rod stops any further play from happening, and then disengage, and nothing comes of it in the end.
Yeah, in terms of numbers on the map as well, you can see Karmsky already in that top side, whereas both Snobby and Namex are actually deploying out of the base, so they're just recalled. Didn't really look like Snobby was making his way up toward this top side either, so wise from DMG to just admit, okay, we don't have numbers for this, we don't have the power to take this fight, back away, and we'll reassess another fight a little bit later on. Cull cashed in for both of your AD carries down on this bot side. Namex just left the base, so would have maybe had that Kraken Slayer, or liked to have had that Kraken Slayer completed. A current little bit of a disparity between the two ADCs. We've got that opportunity finished for the Corki, where Namex is currently just sat on components plus tier 2 boots. So if you look for a fight down on the spot side, potentially going to be Verdant coming out on top just by nature of those first item breakpoints.
I want to make this clear, right? When you're a Maokai jungle, you're obviously not supposed to be farming as much as someone like a Nativz, who has now reached level 11. Might I add? But the disparity in gold between these two is absolutely bonkers. I have noticed quite a few times we've seen Pizza stealing camps away here and there, but it is a 1.6k difference.
Yeah, what do you think he's going to finish when he goes back to base here?
He's
How
just
much
gonna
gold is he spending?
I genuinely think he might have pretty much a full item. Yeah, he's got both components to the Leandrish. And some boots as well. Yeah, that's insane.
Because he's been sat on that Blackfire torch for a while, so good job from Bitzer, has been obviously a part of that first blood as well. Skaterot looking to put some good damage down in that mid lane, has reached that level 11 break point. I think it's level 9 on Tristana, where your auto attack range is just a little bit longer than Demolish. Obviously Tristana with that scaling range means that you have to walk in just a little bit closer to the turret than you might like to otherwise. Despite all of that, probably still going to be able to take down that first turret in the mid lane with Erol looking to go back to base. With your jungler on the Rift Herald as well, maybe you'll find a double up.
Could be in a bit of trouble here, Skaterot. Does have the reset, but would not want to make a mistake that could cost him his life. In the end, though, he backs off as Snappy holds off the bot lane here. Herald is being taken. Top lane, Bucci is incredibly low. Shihan does not have the ultimate. In a few more seconds, it will be up, though. All out, available now. Will he try to turn the play? So I'd rather go back to top lane. 200 HP and Shihan. Requiem comes out. I think Shihan should just be dead here. Unless K'Sante does K'Sante save things. But in the end, nothing can stop the Requiem as Pizza claims his first of the game.
And almost out of nowhere here, DMG with a 5k gold lead. Namex does need to be careful on this bot side. There is a Maokai behind you.
Yeah, Dopamine. Looking to get some work done here, though. Extra is on his way as well. Cleanse, pretty good. Yeah, very good cleanse. A bit of Captain Jack there as they try to turn it back around Dopamine. Now, though, the root, the crash down, everything comes through. Namex not quite rooted up yet, forced to flash out, and Snappy will instead go down. Bushido with the TP, trying to get something back here. Unable to do so initially. No dominance. Remember, he used it in the top side, and he will fall as well. It is Verdant to punch back with a double kill on X-Drop.
Really important that they find this fight down on the bot side. The rest of the map seemingly crumbling around Verdant, but X-Drop, he's got this 2-level advantage over Narlex. Now finds a double kill down in the bot lane as well. A breath of life for Verdant, an area of the map that they can look to play through, and this Corki may just yet be their saving grace.
Yeah, the Corgi 1.1k head, really the only shining light so far on this Verdant roster as we watch the top lane play again.
Yeah, so you see Bucci hops in here and, you know, 400 HP, hey, that's not a lot, but Dominus gets popped immediately. He's back up over that 1k threshold. Shihan knows that he can't really be a part of this fight, and despite K'Sante's best efforts, Requiem is unfortunately inevitable. Between that and the Demolish proc on the turret, two very important parts of the Verdant roster fall very quickly.
Yeah, that's a way back into the game. Corgi now on 2 items. The crit Corgi really scaling well into the game. Obviously, the old Corgi did just that, but now it works a little bit differently. He's going for this assassin-oriented build. Really interesting to see. I think there's so many interesting conversations to be had about the Corgi, but I don't want to go into all of them in this game because there is a Drake spawning, or already on the map rather, that I think we should focus on here. 5 members towards the mid lane as we see this assassin Corgi jump forward. Maybe a bit too far though. The Valkyrie used, you have to remember it's hard to get out again. Requiem used extra. How much damage will he take? The barrier instead invested to make sure he's fine. Poke damage coming through. Shihan hooked up now. The full engage comes down as well. Shihan, the first target, he all outs, but instantly goes down as Namex now has found 1 reset. A second coming through as well. Skaterot claims the kill as they won't chase further. Instead, they'll back off. They'll get the Drake and they deny the soul point.
And what did we say earlier, Duckling? If we're looking at DMG finding fights, it is all on Snarby. He takes the mantle, hops over that wall with the flash, and starts the fight for himself. A 2-for-1 in favour of DMG, plus the dragon as well. Quite happily throw your life away for that every single time. It's Bucci the one who has to fall and pay the price, but again, as a Renekton at this stage in the game, you've had your fun, you've had your time in the sun, you've got your 25 CS lead top lane, and you know, maybe you can still moonlight as a side lane king in a bit, but when you're in that 5 versus 5, you are the one to stand in front. Make sure that your Jinx and your Tristana are safe, and that they can continue to pump out the damage.
Yeah, and we saw that just here. Let's take a look at it again. So Shihan initially does get poked quite low, but what I really liked was how they continually, while playing it somewhat safe still, it's not as easy as you re-engage, just waiting for the right opportunity. And as you said earlier, it was Snappy who had to find the picks, and this time he does so pretty beautifully.
Yeah, and Flash hooking a Cassante, not typically a strategy that you'll see be too successful, but I really like the target selection this time round from Snarby. With Erol having Flash, it might have seemed like, okay, let's go for the Cassiopeia, maybe we can catch her out, but with any real level of reaction times, Erol would have been able to flash and react to it, and it might not have landed nearly as well as they would have hoped. They're able to find the kill onto Shihan, who, of course, with the Ghost this game, doesn't have a flash to get away from a hook in their own right. And, you know, the 2-for-1 ended up playing out well for them anyway. Of course, still this Corki in the bot lane that Verdant have got to try and look to play through. Maybe give drop a little bit more gold, funnel in some jungle camps potentially, get up to that Infinity Edge a little bit faster, because the rest of the map, as we've highlighted, not really going well. Down 2.3k in the mid lane, 2.6 in the jungle. Top lane as well, not looking great.
Shihan in trouble, goes down. Interesting time though, 36-second death timer. Do they want to try and make a play around the Baron that is just spawning now, or yes, that maybe the bot injured seems to be the goal instead.
Yeah, I think we'll set our sights a little more closer to Earth with Skater just TPing down to the bot side to find that kill in the first place. Maybe looking for a play on the top side isn't what they're after. I'm starting to love this use of Requiem from Bitzer. We are simply farming first strike gold. Corki didn't have the barrier this time round to block it as Dopamine.
Yeah, looking for something, questioning why though, as maybe the flank here on Nativz is the answer. He does have the flag!
Oh my god!
But that is insanity. The Rockets still hurt from Extra as Nativz forced to run for the hills. Is able to get out, but just barely. I think that was in total just an auto-attack and a big rocket from Extra. He's the one who has to bring them back if they are to come back in the game.
Absolutely.
Ooh,
oh, flash in.
Rod caught out. Has the flash though, will use it nicely to buy the space. The bomb explodes. Extra Komsky low Erol. Almost around that half HP mark. Flash now for Skaterad. Looking for the flank while also being low himself. These players are starting to become more risk-taking. In the end though, no one dies.
It's now maybe a look toward the Baron. They've pushed in the mid lane. They have a Karthus with 2 items and Marksman near enough by. You'd like to think that they might be able to take this one down with, it looks like Skate Rot sort of teasing them in the mid lane, just distracting them a little bit. This might be a little bit tricky. Verdant definitely knows something is amiss.
Yeah, but there's no Nativz here. Skate Rot can't really help either, so doesn't go down that quickly with just Bootchi on it, so they back off. As the tension is certainly rising in this game. You can feel the pressure. As we are reaching that point of the game where both teams starting to feel like they have the opportunity to make plays. This mid lane turret would be the next move here from Verdant, and they'll claim it without any real contest.
And DMG making a play there for the Baron does end up costing them their mid turret. Not nearly as committed to that as maybe they might have hoped. Skate Rot just dancing around in that mid lane wasn't able to provide the DPS to the Baron. And when you're, you know, up 6k gold at this point, losing your mid tier 1 turret off of a macro play like that, not ideal in any way. Verdant able to find themselves a little bit of something back and make sure that that gold lead doesn't get too far out of hand. Zextrop, as you can see now, just getting funneled everything, hoping that that pickaxe turns into an Infinity Edge at some stage very soon. As soon as you hit that 3-item breakpoint. Honestly, any breakpoint with an Infinity Edge is a good one for a marksman.
Yeah, the Infinity Edge, so powerful after the AD carry rework. As I want to zoom out here a little bit, as it seems like the pressure or the ability making in the teams have slowed down just a bit. And talk about DMG, right? Because an organization, ever since they've been in the NLC, hasn't really been able to have much success, but a change in the structure behind the team with new COO, as maybe have to hold off on that though. The Drake spawning in just 15 seconds. They've built a new roster, they've built a new support staff, and my main point is they seem stronger than ever, and a good find around this Drake starting up here route soon could just be the sign of this game going into their hands.
Yeah, and already very aggressive from Verdant.
Yeah, they are looking for Snappy here. They want to make the plays, and they will get the first kill as well. Try as you might, Snappy, but there was no way out. Bootchi, though, on the other hand, just pushing, looking to crack open the base with those five Void Grubs being taken as well. The damage on the turret is a lot, and it looks like they'll give up the soul point in exchange for getting a potential inhibitor here from Bootchi.
Turret's certainly fallen, and finally the recall comes through. Shihan, the first one to get back to base. Voidmite's going to spawn up on this inhibitor as well. Bootchi slices and dices, doesn't fancy himself any part of this Cassante, and just tanking it up while trying to hit that Baron, or the inhibitor, excuse me. And with all that pop from Shihan, don't know if he's got anything left to take this one down.
Oh. Dominus available. is the damage here, though. Quite a tank killing build for Bucci!
Oh my god.
As he
yes,
just cuts through Shihan's HP bar. Now, though, a way out needs to be found. The TP, or not the TP, recall rather, has been started, and Verdant give up. I'm potentially collapsing, so just making it out safely there. Yeah, I mean, yes, they lost the Drake, but they cracked open the base. Inhibitor claimed as well. DMG, this goal lead is almost up to 10k.
Yeah, blue side minions for sure not quite making the, not quite earning their paycheck there, not able to defend the inhibitor, and well played to Bucci for, first of all, finding a solo kill there, but second of all, having the foresight, the knowledge of, okay, they picked Cassante into me, let's see what I've got in my back pocket to punish this pick. And the Renekton locked in. You know, typically Cassante going to try and be a stonewall type of top laner, but Bucci done a very good job at making sure that that wall made a little bit more of paper mache.
Yeah, I think can say that as this goalie just slowly continuing to grow. Let me take a look at the items as well. Yeah, Skater, 3 items. That's a strong item. Spike 2 of hit. 2.5 now on Nativz. He shouldn't be too far away either. Yeah, double needlessly large rod. So just a minute more time. The main 3 carries will have 3 items. You could say Bucci as well. Should be at that point soon. The only real counter move here is extra 4 and 0 on this call. Give 3 items as well. When he crits, he hurts like a truck, as this turret not long for the world, as Shihan might be the next target as well. Skater though does take quite a bit of turret damage, so he is a bit low, but this is such a weird map situation. Look where the rest of Verdant is. They're in the mid lane. Requiem comes through now. A potential 2v2 mid between top could be. It gives DMG the win here, as Shihan has to go back now. Aeron's the target. Skater jumping forward. They want the Kasophia, but can't quite get it. Flash out from Bucci to just barely survive. Shihan turning it on towards Skater. We'll look for the second as Bucci flips the play on its head yet again. 1 for 1, but the game still lives.
And 2 inhibitors now down for Verdant, just really not respecting the power of this side lane. Skater has, you know, made it no secret that he's happy to play in this side lane, and I mean, this is a little bit ambitious from Bucci. He might take a turret.
Yeah, no assistance here to help Aeron. Oh, the turret barely not going down. And now this creates a weird conundrum of what will happen as Extra finds one. Look at the damage. He's cutting through the HP bars. The crits coming through. Pizza. The next target could be a triple kill. As you say, Nativz sniped out and removed from the rift. But Bucci took down
E-roll. He took down the Casio. Without Dominus, it's going to be really tricky to take down Shihan when he's got defender's advantage of that fountain as well. But Bucci nearly single-handedly just taking down Verdant's base. You can see Skater as well moves his way into the mid lane, takes another turret there, and I really thought that after the play on this top side that we're going to get a replay of Verdant. They should have been turning toward the Baron, but the damage in the base was just a little too much. X-Drop with that rocket there. May have been looking for Bitzer, but found himself a free one onto Namex. Triple kill there, and I guess just a little bit too low on X-Drop for him to feel confident to try and hit that Baron. So nicely done from DMG. Once again, these solo laners actually working very well in tandem to try and find themselves gold on the map.
Yeah, Bucci. Now in the mid lane here, Rude, he wants to join in on a big 5v5 team fight. Dopamine, the target early on, as that Dominus is popped. Now 3 items on this Crocodile. A very scary side laner indeed, but in the 5v5, unable to find anything. Yeah, 4,000 gold ahead. I haven't realized that until this moment. Holy hell.
I mean, at this point as well, what has Bucci got left to do in the side lane? He's taken both inhibitors, he's demolished procced both of the Nexus turrets, so one of them's only just barely left standing. Last place to go is mid lane, unfortunately. You know, transition that lead to the one area of the map that your team's not quite winning out on, and hopefully make that one work. Instead, actually, no. He feels like he can take the Nexus in himself. Yeah.
What? I didn't think Shia was that far behind of the curve. Or maybe it's just Bucci who's ahead of it, as he will be in a 1v2 scenario shortly if he all joins him. Extra though, the main target, get him, you win the game, surely. But 1 kill, could find 2, but Skaterod shuts him down instead. As Bucci, is he winning this 1v2? I think he might be. No, Aeron is joining in on the mid lane. The map is split, but Bucci's in the base and he will not be moved. He's taking the second Nexus turret. He's got his sight set on the Nexus, as now finds himself in a 1v3, a tough situation to be in, but he will not go down. Jumps forward onto Aeron. What am I watching? He's going for it. The Sonias, the Nexus is the target. I think he'll bleed out here, but the Baron will go over to DMG. Bucci, the mastermind, won.
Yeah, we may have lost Aragon, but we've still got some pretty good Renekton's in the league. Duckling Bucci, 1v4 in the base there, managed to take down Shihan, managed to take down another Nexus turret. Now the Nexus is exposed. There are 0 turrets left on Summoner's Rift in Verdant's name. The Baron is in the back pocket of DMG. All they've got to do now, dot their I's, cross their T's, walk it down mid. They've got the Baron, got themselves an extra couple of Drakes as well as a little pity prize, but they're not the real important part. The important part is what we get to see from these replays. First of all, Snarby finding that catch in the mid lane. We don't even need to see it. Producers, they say no, actually. No, you don't need to see that. That wasn't Bucci on my screen. I don't want it.
Exactly, man. Bucci's been delivering. The score is 4-3-4. But you should look at the CS difference, the gold lead as well. And poor Extra here. Yeah, turret's taken. He's taken all of them all by himself, pretty much. And Extra is trying to hold on to this game, but he can only be at one place. And if he stays in the base, surely the game is just over. He could get assassinated by someone like Bucci. He needs his team around him. The Corgi is strong. Eon is scaling up as well, to be honest. 3 items now. Not out of the game, but, I mean, they just can't handle Bucci.
Very difficult to try and manage the Crocodile. Even at this late stage in the game, you can just see that being so far ahead in items it's going to grant you a certain amount of privileges, and currently those privileges extend as far as being able to 1v4 potentially in the base. Now need to see what DMG can do with this Baron, because they took it and haven't really done anything just yet. So you've got open inhibitors. Let's start trying to knock those down, folks. That's one. We'll have to see if they can do the rest.
Yeah, this
as well.
will be 3 inhibs. As Shihan is in yet another 1v1 that he will never ever win. Bucci cutting through the HP bar yet again. All are coming through though. The Nexus is the target. Skate-Rod is hitting at it, and nothing can stop this man from ending the game. And who would have thought that DMG, after 5 games, would sit at a scoreline of 3-2?
Well, I think Bucci might. I think Bucci might be a little bit sad that it's only 3-2, to be honest. But finding a mammoth performance on the Renekton in that top side, it was genuinely really quiet for DMG for the first 10 minutes. But somehow, slowly, they came out of that early game with a really decent gold advantage. Those winning lanes, the counterpick in the top lane, really was made to pay. The Tristana keeps its 100% win rate in the NLC. And DMG, despite the fact they didn't have the best bot lane, you know, they were able to offset that with a very winning top side. And again, really need to give credit to Bucci, to Skate-Rot as well, because those two together worked well to make sure that they were finding advantages on the map.
Yeah, that was a great performance from this DMG team overall. They were solid early game, I should say, managed to build up that nicely and just snowboarded it pretty nicely. Bucci could not be handled, man. What a performance from him and the rest of DMG, to be honest. So much like big. I could go over every play here and say they played a good game. I think Verdant showed signs of life. Extra getting all the kills, unable to bring it home though, as they just got cross-mapped all around the rift. Regardless though, we're gonna throw it to a break, and when we come back, the desk will discuss this game in further detail, and talk more about how the Croc can't be stopped. We'll see you after the break.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
This is NLC News. I'm Jack Middlecott-Davis, and this is your NLC update. Nord executed a masterpiece performance against Verdant this week, somehow managing to claw defeat from the jaws of victory, finding the only possible way to lose a game, which they basically already won. Verdant would come out later and say that they had it in the bag the whole time, trust. However, questions are now being asked by Nord management. Questions like, maybe we should stop drafting Jinx, Maokai and Azir every single game. Ruddy Esports caused confusion and anger amongst the NLC fantasy community as their 2-0 week meant that all their players achieved top spots for points this week, despite the fact that none of them had been unlocked yet. In education news, DMG were without their star top laner Bucci for their game up against Venomcrest due to the Swede attending his graduation. He is quoted as saying, "It's an unfortunate situation, but sometimes in life you have to prioritise. I've had fun in kindergarten, but I can't wait to start going to big boy school next year." It's game day 4 of Sumi and Fruity Fresh from Lightside's strike against playing normal champions. As of yet, their demands are unclear. However, Sumi has been able to answer the age-old question of what the dog doing with an emphatic not very much. Blue Whites and Nativz combined for what can only be described as one of the 2v2 plays of all time. For news on Blue Whites, let's hear from Carvis with our exclusive Fin in the Field report.
Hello, Carvis here in front of the Meilahti National Hospital. According to reports, Blue Whites have been hospitalized here after another terrible week. According to rumors, Igit, the support player, has been restrained to his bed after insisting that support Jax is actually a very good pick. Back to you.
It was a joyous day in the Republic of Ireland with Nativz win over Blue Whites, showing that they weren't the worst team in the league. Sources say this is the best thing to happen to the country since the last time something bad happened to England. The incredibly chill, fierce chill max to the max with this chilling chill play against Skate Rot, sending chills across the entire league, while simultaneously simplifying draft prep for all of Venomcrest's future opponents. Just ban the Echo. And finally, let's take a look at the standings. With Nord and Venomcrest both dropping games, Ruddy's 2-0 week enabled them to enter a 3-way tie for first. Lightside, Verdant and DMG all sitting with 2 wins apiece in the mid-table. Nativz managed to put some distance between themselves and the bottom of their standings with their first win of the split, and Blue Whites in last are still searching for their initial win. I've been Middlecott, this has been your NLC update, we'll see you later.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
DMG takes yet another victory, and Bucci is back. I know Errol is back, and it should be a great statement for the league, but Bucci somehow stealing the thunder. Let's talk about the game though. What happened at the beginning of the game? I'm stealing that from you, Hipray. I know you want to talk about the Croc, but let's talk about the beginning of the game.
No, I wanted to talk actually about, we were asked who our MVP was that game. Initially, we gave it to Bitsy. They played very, very well early. Every opportunity they saw, they just ran into the jungle and stole a camp or two. And that CS deficit just got wider and wider and wider. Karthus was very much in that game, and everything we were worried about was settled really, really efficiently by a play that I don't think we expected, because I think I went into that game saying, I much prefer Verdant's comp, because in a 5v5, that comp was absolutely brutal to fight into. The Karthus wouldn't be able to get through the rocket shield, they wouldn't get any backline access, the front line would just be too much. But the Gator just pulled them around the map, and they never got into a strict 5v5, and that was how that game was just so DMG focused. And Bucci, what a beast. What an absolute beast.
100%. And Fox, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the line was Bitsy stealing all the farm, but allowing the lanes to scale with that advantage. And then Bucci did Bucci things. And I totally agree with you, Hipran. If it would be a 5v5, Verdant was in such a good position, but it never was.
No.
Because the clock was unleashed, right, Fox?
Yeah, it was. I'm always so skeptical of teams that handshake Cassante with a bruiser top, because it always ends the same way. You know, the Cassante goes even in lane or maybe goes behind like 10, 20 CS. Maybe he dies once or something like that. And then once you hit like 20 minutes, Cassante is just like 10 times the champion that whatever you've picked into it is. And Renekton tends to be that champ, right? Renekton tends to be that champ that gets picked into the Cassante. And I'm just like, I hate it. I hate it when I see it. It never works. But Bucci was just completely on it this time around. You know, like it started off the first kind of 15 minutes was playing out the way I expected it to. But he absolutely took that matchup into his hands and dominated Shihan on his own champion, mind you, right? Shihan is a very popular Renekton player here in the NLC, and you could see it with just the little ways that the little mechanics and the ways he was playing those skirmishes. Bucci really knew that matchup and knew how to use it to its full effect, and yeah, because of that, Verdant never really got to do those 5v5s, and Bucci was not only able to contain the Cassante and put Cassante out of the team fights, but he was demanding more from Verdant in answer, right? He needed more than just Cassante, because Cassante was dying to him. Cassante was literally getting killed 1v1. So in that situation, it really sucks if you're Verdant. You've got these carries that are just scaling so hard in Tristana, Jinx, and that Karthus as well. So the triple tank comp never gets into effect. You're never grouped up for the 5v5. You're never tanky. You're always paper versus these hyper-scaling carries. And yeah, perfect game there for DMG.
It was studied. I think it was studied. So that's why we're going to toss it to the interview with Bitse from DMG after the victory versus Verdant to open up week 3. They won. Wait. Okay. I got surprised.
I brought someone with me.
Wait. What is happening? Hello? Can both of you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I had something ready for you, Bitse, but I have to adapt now. Okay, so at the beginning of the game, as a Karthus, you were robbing your enemy non-stop. Do you think that's legal? And what was the plan?
I mean, it's legal if enemy is looking for a gank, then obviously I can cross-map in enemy jungle. I have better timer then. Also, like, Karthus is really fast in clearing, so I can just abuse enemy jungle timers really good. And yeah, I mean, enemy game plan was to put the pace high in the early game with Maokai, else we outscale them. So I took the opportunity to scale really fast.
So let's toss it now to Sky. Tell me something. When you picked the Tristana, were you obviously leaving the Corki open because you wanted to play the Tristana versus the Corki? What was the idea about leaving the Corki open and then playing that Tristana? Tell me about it. Like, enlighten me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fine matchup to take into Corki. I think there's not that many good matchups for that I can pick into Corki, right? And Tristana is one of the good ones, I think. And I didn't really mind playing into the Corki. Maybe Cassiopeia is even harder for Tristana, but I think I played well this game. Sorry for the...
So obviously you just won, you have to celebrate, so yeah, continue. Yeah. So when you look, both of you, it seems like you're playing all together and this is amazing. So when you look into DMG, the way it was in Spring Split and now it is in Summer Split, what do you believe was the big difference and how are you feeling playing within the team? Both of you.
I mean, the whole roster changed, so I guess that's a huge difference, no? I think what you say, like we improved a lot, like we play way better than the other players, the old team, you know. I have to say it. Like they were not that good like us.
But what's the feeling playing with DMG? How do you feel the roster is right now? Like, what's the ambience with it? It seems like it's a really good ambience.
I mean, it's only the two of us from the main roster here.
But at least it looks like a good... Where are you standing, by the way? Are you on DMG headquarters?
No, we're in Oslo in a school event. We're not in the DMG headquarters.
Okay. It looks good though. Okay, so you both know each other and you play together. Last question for both of you. What is the most shameful memory you have of each other that you can share on live? By the way, we're on Twitch.
What is the what?
Shameful memory.
Yeah, like put the other one on the spot right now.
Did you in someday?
I mean, we don't even really know each other much long. So.
We only play for the split. And I think in scrim season they're
okay.
main thing. In match days performing, I cannot talk shit about him. I can't talk bad about him. I'm sorry.
So tell me something. You are playing versus Ruddy tomorrow, both of you. Predictions and how hard it's going to be, because it's Ruddy. They're so good right now. Predictions.
I mean, I think if we play like today, we win easy. But we also had some bad games, so we gotta keep it up. We gotta keep our focus up, and then we have good chances of winning tomorrow.
Skate Rod, last question for you. Versus Alex, what can I expect?
Oh, I'm picking the talent tomorrow. I hope they don't ban it.
Oh, I like that. Thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck. I want to see that talent tomorrow. Have a nice one.
Goodbye.
Oh, I got ganked. I was not expecting this.
You
I
look
was really
so
not expecting
confused.
this.
You look so confused there, mate.
Yeah, because they told me like, we have 2 ready for the interview. I'm like, wait, what do you mean? It's only no, it's not Bitsit. What do you mean? I got ganked. That's cool. I love it.
You didn't get Bucci ganged actually.
I was expecting Bucci. By the way, Bucci, MVP of the match. We have to highlight that one. It was Bucci. He was the beast. The fact that he won versus Cassante and also did a lane split, like that split push. It was lovely to see. And it seems like we're tossing to the next game. Ruddy versus Nativz. I heard on the desk, I'm not calling out names, but I heard Hip Brain saying that this is going to be probably a one-sided match.
Yeah, you know what? I'll own up to it. I think this is probably a pretty fun run here for Ruddy. Although watching how DMG played tomorrow, they might be a little bit more nervous now. I actually, for a brief second, thought they had a pretty easy runner schedule this week. I think I'm going to take that back. I do still think this is probably going to be one of their easier games. Nativz are second from bottom on the standings. I've not seen much life in this team. It's really sad because they were last season, this time last season, they were 3-1, not 1-3. We got the wrong graphic up at the bottom. Ignore that. It is Ruddy versus Nativz. They're not so tilted. They're doing a salty run back Verdant here. It's definitely not being what's going on. But yeah, looking at the bans so far, nothing particularly out of the ordinary on that front. The Karthus getting taken away, the Talia, the Azir. The Zac, obviously a fairly flexible pick right now, has also been denied, but this does still leave things like the Cassante, the Skarner, the Tristana, the Corki. There's plenty of things open for either side of these teams to be picking up. I don't know who's left or right, by the way, so hopefully the graphic fixes itself, because I don't know who's picking what.
Okay, yeah, from what I'm getting, the idea is that Ruddy is on the right side because they took out Zac and Karthus, and Nativz played that before. No, it's the opposite. Yeah.
Skarner!
So this, no surprise to see Skarner get sand down first pick. That is a very gross champion currently in League of Legends. Really, really strong. Great blind pick as well. Obviously, it's mostly played into that top side, but it has been played in the jungle as well. I think it's better as a top laner, but it's just a really, really strong tanky option here. It's going to be answered though for Nativz by that Tristana and Ivan. So we've already seen Tristana do some pretty cool stuff so far today. Very, very strong 100% win rate so far in the NLC. 5 wins, 0 losses. You're adding combining that with a more supporty style jungler as well. So one of these hyper scaling ADC champions like Tristana going to be very happy about that. And that's the combo. We've seen this before. It's a very, very strong combo. Rel plus Rumble, setting up that red carpet with the Magnet Storm. A very, very strong and a great start to this draft so far here by Ruddy.
Yeah, Ruddy have really drafted a disgusting frontline fight wombo combo to put together. Now the question is what is the answer going to be? So on the side of Nativz, got himself a hyperscaling ADC in the Tristana, potentially poke, potentially on hit. Varus as well can be a little bit flexible in what he decides to go. The Ivern, I think, is going to be a big thing here, because if the Ivern isn't getting caught by all of this CC, the shielding, the survivability that Ivern offers is absolutely filthy. So it may be hard to blow up a key target if you don't catch Ivern in that combo. If you do, I think Ruddy have, you know, all of the tools and more to take it from here. Now we're moving into the second ban phase. ADC's getting banned away from the side of Nativz. I think that makes sense. The Corki has been banned. I did think it was open for a brief second. But something that didn't show up at all in the last pick and bans, but is still very strong right now, is the Caitlyn. So I feel like Ruddy could round this out of a Caitlyn if it is not banned away.
I wouldn't mind seeing an Ashe as well. Just a little bit of engage here. Like Ashe into Rumble, ulti, Magnet Storm. Pretty gross combo.
Yeah, very gross. Right. I mean, it's going to be one or the other, right? Getting banned away here. I feel like Ashe is almost too much CC, right?
Ball has played 4 different champions until now. He's the highlight of the team for Nativz in terms of kill participation, and he's a high engager support. So with this sort of composition, double AD carry, do we get to see like another Blitzcrank that he pulled before, or even a Leona as he did before, to try and get some engage, even though you're fighting versus Rumble? I think that should be like, okay, Leona is not going to be picked, but Blitz, for instance, is available. But do you force this? Hey, we want to pick someone from the other team when you have a Rumble in the Skarnet. Do you actually want to go through the risk?
I'm not sure if I would want to have a Blitzcrank. I don't think he's going to offer too much in this team.
I don't think they could run the Enchanter
for Ruddy. You could run the Enchanter angle and just have double Enchanters, and that would potentially give the survivability to the AD carries on the side of Nativz through all of the burst and the wombo. And that actually does look like the angle. Now, I really like this because there's one thing we haven't really hit on, but Skarner and Rel are going to be standing on top of each other. When you hit someone with the Seraphine art, it extends the range of it, and Ruddy probably going to be kind of lining up in these fights. Seraphine is going to be very good into that. On top of that, with just the mass healing with the Ivern. Nativz have some scaling capabilities here. Is that locked? That's a Zed mid for Alex.
That's a Zed.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to play an assassin into double Enchanter.
That
is real with you. That is not fun. That is not going to be a fun game.
That is so Alex. He's such an ego player, honestly. In his champion you can just see it. You just see it every single time, and I'm not surprised. If you said to me, "Look, someone slammed in Zed," I'd be, it's Alex. Someone slammed in Zed versus double Enchanter, definitely Alex. And yeah, so this rounds it out then. I mean, to be honest, one of the very rare occasions where you're sort of lacking physical damage if you're Ruddy. Yeah. But it doesn't really matter too much because, like, who's going to be building... Yeah, like, they're just squishy. It doesn't matter. Your damage profile really doesn't matter too much when you're playing versus a lot of squishy. So there is maybe a slight thing, which might not even be a thing, but the fact that Zed can itemize into Serpent's Fang is pretty good versus Ivern and Seraphine, but that's a minor thing. He might not, if there's anyone who would not buy that item on Zed versus Shield, it would be Alex as well. So I'm a little bit worried, I'll be honest, for Nativ's lack of mobility outside of the Tristana when you're up against Rumble Rel combination. Chuck in some Zig stuff there too. Can be pretty tough. Gonna have to rely on that poke, I reckon, from the Varus to get that sorted before you just get collapsed in and comboed down from Ruddy.
So I don't disagree at all, but I do think the amount of healing and shielding that Nativz have is going to be really, really hard for Ruddy to break through. And obviously you're going to have some of the burns, because I'm assuming we're going to see some burns coming in from the Ziggs. But you have a pretty competent team put together here on the side of Nativz. Now, if I turn the nameplates off, I would be a lot more inclined to say, I actually really like what Nativz have put together. But with the nameplates on, and with the fact that Ruddy are a hands-checking team, they will scrap with you, they will fight you, they will check your ability to play the game, and we know that they're capable. I've got to give it a Ruddy. Yes, I think the Zed was a pretty greedy, pretty ego pick, but I feel like if anyone's going to be able to pilot that in this game, it is going to be Alex. I think they've given themselves tools that aren't completely useless as well. I think Ruddy, the Ziggs is going to have good wave clear for the team. He'll be able to contribute to the team fights. The wombo combo with the Royal Rumble absolutely filthy. So that, along with the fact that it is just Ruddy playing, leads me to say, I think, yeah, Ruddy have got this one in the bag.
So we got our predictions on, and it's Ruddy versus Nativz. It looks like the team composition from Nativz is going full ham on shields. On the other side, Ruddy with an average 26 kills per game. Let's see if they are able to do it yet again. As we toss it to the casters yet again, Duckling and Ruddy, tell me, how are you?
Good, we're doing good. Still, just trying to survive after we watched what Bucci did just last game. But this draft, Ruddy, it was a bit interesting. You, discussing your thoughts during the process to me in the green room. Always interesting to hear what a smart person has to say compared to Ashram on the desk.
Wait,
so,
did you hear any of that? Oh, okay. Carry on.
Regardless, though, I am very excited to get into this game. I'm in particular excited for Alex here, right? Because it was discussed on the desk as well by two of the smart people there, Hiprain and Foxdrop. An assassin into this squishy of a lineup with two enchanters as well. Alex on the set, he's normally very good on it. In this matchup, if he gets rolling, I think he could take over. Genuinely just own the Rift.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword with assassins versus enchanters, because on the one hand, wow, they're so squishy, I can pop them in one shot, but equally, they have so much shielding, maybe I don't quite have the damage to take them out in one hit, and it's really going to be just a case of breakpoints. Whether or not Alex has the damage, if he does, he can very easily run amok. If he doesn't, then it's going to fall very flat on his face.
Yeah, it's all on Alex to see how that assassin performs. We'll find out as we head into the game. And on to the Rift we go. No level 1 shenanigans seems to be in place, but I instantly want to carry our conversation towards one thing in particular. Nati here, right? NLC champion with X7 just a few short years ago, but obviously an AD carry player, now on a mage. It is not the first time this split we've seen him take a step back, play something like the Jhin and just scale up and do his job and not get much attention around him, where, it's often on the top side and or Alex in the mid lane, but Fanata now getting onto a mage, that really is a sign of just playing the weak side. And how do you think he'll perform on this?
Yeah, I mean, what I saw from Nata last week was that he can play whatever he fancies, and I will have faith that they will be able to do what the team needs from them. You've got first strike on the Ziggs here as well, so able to play out that range. I think that the early laning phase is going to be difficult. You're playing versus Varus, who is typically a very bully laner anyway, and then a Seraphine as well, so double range, not going to be easy, but you can already see just managing to dodge out on a few of these spells. It may not look like a lot, but dodging out on this early poke, it's wasted mana from Nativz.
Oh, the engage with the remount ball, taking a bit of damage, but Alaric just needs to get out safely there. One thing that is really crazy when I look at it, look at all the first strikes. We've got 5 first strikes in this game. Half of the players are using the rune. In particular, it's not the first time we've seen this in the NLC. The double range bot lane with first strikes. We saw it with the Lucian Nami as well, where they were double first strike, and it is very interesting to me. I guess it is simply just due to the fact that when you proc it, you get guaranteed 15 gold, which over the course of a whole laning phase adds up to quite a lot, but it is nonetheless very interesting to see this rune be prioritized so heavily.
Yeah, just really solid for these double range laners. Gives you a little bit of extra bonus damage as well, so no surprises to see that you ranged champions down on that bot side are looking to get a little bit of extra gold, get a little bit of extra damage as well, make this Rel's life feel a little bit worse for wear. Obviously, you've already hyped up Nata. I want to spend a little bit of time on doing a similar thing for Kitruken, a much lesser known quantity coming into the split, but who has had a very, very solid start. Again, playing very heavily toward meta, toward the AP junglers, and I feel like is one of the few junglers who's actually playing toward the AP style of jungle that we're starting to come to see to the fold. Obviously, Highbridge as well, managing to take this either in a little bit of a different vein, the Enchanter style more so than just a hard AP champion, but same sort of vibe.
Painful. It's a good trade there, and I do agree with you. Kitruken has been very good, in my opinion. He was, as you say, one of the question mark, and not only on his AP picks, but in general has performed very well. Same goes for Alaric, one of the unknown factors on this roster. I think Ruddy, over the course of the the offseason has rebuilt very well around the parts that they were losing, some due to school and other IRL requirements that they had to attend to. And they've rebuilt well. They look, I don't want to say stronger, but they look more aggressive, more exciting, which takes quite a bit to say considering how aggressive the old Ruddy was as well.
No, exactly. Obviously, 99 is going to take some shoes to try and fill in that aggressive department with the Olafs, the Jaxes coming to the fold through the later stages of the NLC last split. But if we're looking at this game in particular, Nativz with this composition, looking like it's going to be that more poke-oriented style of the Varus. If you've got the first strike, you've got the AD carry in the mid lane paired along with the Chanter.
Crash down, and the CC is there. Ball
goodbye.
Just dead. Burned to smithereens as Nata claims the first blood.
And there's not even a, oh, Ball, you misplayed there kind of moment. It's just a really well executed gank down on the bot side. Kit Rukan once again making their presence felt early on. Alaric again stepping up, being this engaged source that Ruddy can consistently rely on. Finds first blood, finds an extra 400 gold into Nata's pocket, and again, for a champion that we were thinking, yeah, you're probably going to get weak-sided playing the Ziggs, getting 400 gold feels very good indeed.
That is very nice, and I wholeheartedly agree with your point. It was just a good play all around. Kadruga and Alaric teaming up. Alaric's been a pleasant surprise. I think the thing with support players, right, there's always the question of what kind of support are they? Are they just focusing on only playing for the lane? Are they more an enchanter, defensive, engaged support who will play to kite for the carry instead of looking for the plays? And Alaric is very simple in style. He goes forward and he will continue to do that regardless of how the game is going. Sometimes they do a bit too far, but times like this, it works out and it looks incredibly well coordinated.
Yeah, nice little Q flash there from Alaric. Managed to layer the CC very well, gave very little time for Ball to do any sort of reaction. Looking at the objectives though, we do see that Hybrid is walking at the very least near this Drake, has got push in the bot side and the mid lane as well, so maybe going to be able to take the first neutral objective of the game. There's a ward from Theoloris as well on the Void Grubs. See Alex take the shadow forward. Doesn't fancy himself the death mark just yet. When you've got rocket jump plus buster shot, it's not necessarily the easiest all in to go for onto a Tristana.
Yeah, and with the first Drake being up, Painful rotate down to secure this for Nativz. Nativz, a team that didn't have the start of the split they were hoping for. I think it's fair to say a roster with, yet again, unknown quantities, which has been seen on pretty much every roster this year, or the split rather, in the NLC. A few Elite Series players, as Painful being the only known factor from last split, finishing in a 4th position with Venom Crest. And that's also the biggest achievement you could say anyone on this roster have had. Theoloris, LFL, Div 2, Hybrid. When I was taking notes for the split and doing my research, all I found out was he's half Aussie and who. I had no idea who the guy was. The research didn't tell me much and didn't really show his hand.
Just random checking him like that?
Yeah, I did random check him, and he was a random before he joined this. Now though, no longer random. He's now just half Aussie, half Irish, and I respect those roots.
Alright, fair enough. Any particular reason why, or are we just...
Because it's not English?
Okay, understood. And appreciated, honestly. You're not going to get this base. You got that base? Never mind. Alright, a little bit of a whiff there from Nata. I take it back.
Did you watch Kiori back in the day with Jupiter and those
did.
Guys? Yeah. Do you remember the good old 6 video with the slam dunk? Come on and slam. I got flashbacks to that with the WQ, but it didn't quite connect this time around though. As Alaric looking for something in the mid lane, the Q connects. Painful times it nicely and escapes while still clearing the wave. That oozes of confidence there from the mid laner from Nativz as Hybrid. Could be in a bit of trouble here. Kidrugan stopped in his tracks though, as he instead just focused on the Raptors as Ball pays them a visit as well.
Alright, we're going to take a look a little bit later on into the game. This early game has been fairly stagnant, fairly slow. We've obviously had the first blood in the bot lane, but how the team fight's going to look to play out as we get later on into the game, because Hitprey made some really good points on the desk that composition for Nativz can function very well into this Ruddy comp, because they are 4 melee champions effectively with a Ziggs, those 4 melee champions have to get in somehow. They're going to have to go through Ivan, go through Seraphine, all of the slows, the CCs, the shields that they're going to be able to pump out, and of course the consistent DPS from a Tristana, the Pope from a Varus as well. What that means for Ruddy is they need to be looking for flank angles as we move later into the game. Vision is going to be very important, something that Alaric is going to have to try and step up on, make sure that there's a way for his solo laners to find angles into these fights. Give Alex a way into the backline, give Built that same access as well, because if they're unable to do that and they all continue to just try and pile in through the front door, they're going to fail.
Alaric, such a clean combo there on the rail. Forces both summoners out of space, as in the mid lane, Orlean seems to be coming through Painful, looking for the kill. Alex looking for the exact same thing as Pop. Goes to Death Blossom, the solo kill was found. Now the bot lane, more action to ensue. Ball, the next target, flash heal available as the encore comes through. Good flash. As the red carpet is laid down as well, Kirukin looking for the kill, but instead he overstays the shields, and the heal is simply too much to handle as Nativz strike back.
All summoner spells burned down in the bot side. Kirukin not forcing their own flash. Alaric now gets the buffer. Very well played on the crash down Ferromancy to make sure they get out to safety. Ruddy overstepping just a little bit down on that bot side. Kirukin with a rare misstep, unable to take down Space or Ball.
Yeah, simply jumps too far forward, and speaking of that, same happened for Painful. He felt like he could take the 1v1 as, I think Nana's dead. Yeah.
Nice.
No, very nice, not much else to add, just nice. But
pretty clean,
but
really straightforward.
I think that mistake from Painful could be useful, become a mate, right? Because that first blood really opens up the floodgates here for Alex. He's now got his first item, he's now a bit accelerated, that's 700 gold. If it continues to grow, it can go out of control, and that one mistake has given him the opportunity to do just that, right? He's now started to go ahead. Let's see this though one more time as Ruddy take it away.
Yeah, so Space, obviously, you know, double summoners to get out to safety, a little bit trigger happy with potentially the barrier. You know, you were going to flash out before the damage had landed, maybe you can get away with it. I like this effort from Kirukin, right? Layers the red carpet right down the death alley of the turret. Unfortunately, the cooldowns come back for Ball. He gets rooted underneath that turret and a flash shield in. Also, just in case there was enough damage coming down there, Hybrid was able to keep his bot lane alive. 2-0 for Space now. He was able to find that return kill onto Nata as well with the Chain of Corruption into the Piercing Arrow. So maybe a world where this Varus could very easily be dangerous as we move a little bit later into the rest of this game. But now, Painful hops forward.
Dangerous. This play could become something, but in the end, Alaric able to crash down to safety. Alaric pushing in the wave as Painful and Ball arrives. It seems like Kirukin is stopping taking the Void Grubs here instead. They might want to force a fight. Alaric, CC chain is good. Crashdown still available. Won't be needed though as Hybrid falls. Yet again, the kill goes on to Alex. If he finds one more here, he does. It's done. 2 more kills into Alex's pocket. This set about to get out of control. Top lane though, Theodoris wants to get something back. All out use. Build the target in the 1v1. The fight is close. The E is there. The auto attacks and Theodoris oversteps and Build punishes.
And all areas of the map continue to go in Ruddy's favour. Nativz making plays where Space isn't, continues to be their downfall. The one area where they've got some semblance of a gold advantage. Not able to make it work around there. Alex now 3-0 on the Z, and those concerns that we had about late games, about finding ways into fights, really do get dropped by the wayside if you're able to just walk straight into an overextended Nativz.
That is a horrifying sight to behold, right? With 3-0 now on Alex. When he gets back and spends the goal, I'll be excited to see how many items he is sitting on. Luckily though for me, he's on my fantasy team. If you haven't signed up yet, be sure to head over and do that. I was number 16 just last week, by the way. Want to add that as Space is dead within the end of this week. He's going to go down here. No summoners. I mean, the barrier is available, but the flash not there, so no escape. Kirukin comes in just to proc that first strike goal, by the way. Getting more value out of the kill. He claims it as well. Now, it's truly playing the weak side, gifting the kill over to the jungler.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You know, he got a kill earlier on. It's time to repay that debt. And the fact that you gave this guy a week to live down on that bot side there, that was pretty crazy. But Space obviously falling. Nice to see that he doesn't burn the barrier, but he did end up popping the cull, so able to at least get a little bit of a cash in on that wave. Goes back to base, finishes off another serrated Dirk. What I love to see from Varus as well is when they go for a third item Mirror Mana instead of a second. It's so difficult to stack this tier consistently on a Varus. You just go for it at the third item, and by that point you usually are able to find the Mirror Mana transformation at about the same time. Second item can be really whatever you please. Maybe a Yomu's, maybe a Serpent's Fang, who knows? Because if I don't see one of those from Alex, I'm going to be very, very sad.
Yeah, but it needs to happen, right? It has to. Hopefully, though, this pause is just a small pause, you know, with how the day has been going on the live servers. I am certainly one to be worried of any pause in the slightest. But as we've been told, there should be no issues from that on the broadcast. So hopefully things are flowing smoothly. It could just be a classic esports break. Oops, I spilled water on my keyboard. Oops, I gotta go to the toilet. Or maybe, you know, my PC blue screened. Anything can happen, right? It is esports after all. But at the end of the day, though, one thing is for sure, and it's Ruddy are comfortably in the lead. Alex, he's on the verge of snowballing out of control.
Yeah, and you know, credit to the desk as well, because this is kind of what they'd highlighted, right? That the Nativz composition, if we turn off the nameplates, hey, this looks pretty good. If we play these team fights as a 5-man, we try and deathball, we try and clump up, it's going to be really difficult for Ruddy to do anything versus this composition. But Hitbrain said, you know, we've got nameplates to turn on. Unfortunately, Ruddy are going to try and scrap you wherever you go. And the second that Nativz step one step too far forward, Alex is there to punish with the death mark. You've got Kit Ruken, who's equalizing from 2 screens away, and Ruddy then not giving Nativz the space to get to these late game deathball states. And in case that wasn't bad enough, their top lane, which has been very, very isolated, is just going Built's way. He found a solo kill on the top side, winning this Skarner versus Xante matchup, and now probably just takes the turret as well.
It should be gone pretty soon. One thing though that I do want to mention, I know this is a bit off topic, but it is kind of sad that Nata gave that kill over to the Kid Ruken. Nata is my captain on Fantasy, you know. He could use that gold or those extra points. He did really well last week.
Yeah, he could use those extra points. That's why you're
exactly. Yeah, I do want to mention that. Top 16, I'm proud of that. I am smashing Initialize. He's also signed up and he is not performing well. That is a TP that won't go down in history as a good TP. Alex getting poked quite low. So Serpent's Fang though completed already. The teams look to be able to help him up. Let's see what happens here though. Alex is half. Alaric is here. Daisy has been summoned. Can Ruddy find their way out of this? Because it seems like Nativz are set on making something happen. Or happen. As Alex is slow, but continues to walk forward. Red carpet being laid down. The equalizer dishing out the damage on Hybrid. He's taken down by Alex. It's gone. It's done. Space doing well to poke back, but I mean he can't get Alex, and yeah, that's a 4th kill for the already snowballing set.
Just in case Alex wasn't far enough ahead, we'll give him an extra kill just to make sure that this guy is going to be an absolute fiend as we move later into the game. We get to see Built here, potentially trying to gank Painful. I don't know that Painful knows that the Skarner's here right now.
Yeah, now he knows though, and it will be a painful death, I would say, but maybe he finds his way out. He comes through Built. I guess he's dead. No W anymore. The slow connects. The pullback isn't quite there. The reset though.
Oh.
Come on and slam. And welcome to the jam as Nata snipes him out. That's he missed the didn't use the W. The sexual charge didn't come through still though. Nice snipe.
No, but we did miss a important, looks to have been a 1-for-1 down on the bot side. Alex did go down, I believe, at the hands of Space. So the Varus continuing to find these injections of gold, continuing to find ways to be relevant, in this game. Maybe we'll get to see this Varus do just a little bit more in this game than we might have initially thought. Obviously, playing Varus versus a Zed going to be very, very difficult. Immobile AD carry, whatnot. With a Chain of Corruption, you're hoping that you'll be able to land that the second of Zed lands on you, and with good Chain CC, you should be able to take him down.
Let's take a look at it one more time here. So, the fact that Alex stays, he stayed for a minute at this amount of HP. He is playing it at the edge. So what happens? He goes for Space, completely whiffs the shurikens. Still gets the kill, of course, because he's set, but Space gets the massive shutdown. That's a win. Massive win there for him, you know, getting more than double the gold.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we get to see the power, really, of trying to focus out a Zed. You got the instant encore from Ball, knows exactly where the Zed's going to land. Space able to sort of stay there, make sure that the Seraphine ulti does come through, and that they're able to find a trade kill, at least of some sorts. Important item has been hit as well in the bot side for Nata, now has finished off. Seraph's Embrace has a little bit of an extra shield as well there.
Yeah, that South Embrace could be very useful. So, at this point of the game, it feels like we're kind of... No, I don't want to say back to the game state of the first game because there were differences, but the main thing I want to highlight here is Verdant had Extra, who was getting ridiculously fed on the Corgi and trying to hold this together. This time it feels like Space is... Every time Nativz are getting something, the gold lands on this guy. So it's all on this defensive Varus to now try and delay this game and allow his team to get back on track and, scale into the right position because Space, I mean, he's been the one who's got it all.
It does feel like the lesser of two evils. If you're Nativz, would have much rather had this gold on your Tristana. Just being a hyper carry versus a poke champion, I always am going to value that a little bit higher, especially when we've got enchanter pairings alongside you. Things like just an Ardent Center, just going to go a little bit better with a Tristana than it will do a Varus. So maybe when those items start to come through, we can see the supports gear their builds a little bit more to a poke style of build necessarily over a consistent AD carry type of threat. But when you've got two ADs moving into the late stages of the game, you've got this big front line in the Cassante as well. The composition really does play itself. They're just looking to play clean front to backs, have the Cassante as that front line, have themselves double poke or double ADs, double enchanters, and make it so whoever goes in there really hates their life.
Yeah, I do agree with that point. I want to give an update, but I don't know exactly what's going on. I will let you know if anything.
Good talk.
Has gone completely wrong. I'm just fearing for the worst. That's what I'm trying to say here, Rude. I'm scared. It's been a long day in terms of what Riot has had to work with on Vanguard, but things are hopefully going in the right direction. And that's the reverse of a caster curse. That is the reverse caster curse. I have, it's been a good day so far. So instead of caster cursing and giving us a 20-minute break, I caster curse us into going right back into the game.
Hey man, you're one of a kind. Not everybody can do that. Well played. We all appreciate you for it. Let's get a TY Duckling, just so we all know that we are appreciative of our young Danish friend. Unless you're Arsharam, of course.
Ooh, Danish friend. Have you ever seen that clip?
No.
Nah, it's like a football clip with Kasper Schmeichel when he meets Yannick Vestergaard in the tunnel before.
Yes.
Back when he played for Southampton, and Jamie Vardy was, ooh, Danish friend.
I actually have seen that clip. That's very good.
Have seen that,
yeah. You did just say a Danish name, and it made me laugh because it was maybe the most Danish name that I could have thought of. Nevertheless,
Yannick Vestergaard.
Yeah.
He's a 2 meter tall mountain, and tomorrow he's gonna be outpaced by the likes of anyone who can move on the England national team. He's a brick wall. Just like built, brick by brick, is laying into Theodorus here, taking down 1/3 at a time. 2.1k gold lead, by the way. He's built that all on his own, and that was no pun intended in that. As he's just on top lane things, left to his own devices, and he comes out on top.
Oh, all in bot side.
Flash available. Yeah, ball is there. Look at that champion, buddy. It's gross. And Alex is just piloting exceptionally well as Space caught out. The hope they had extinguished by Kidrukin's fire as he finds another kill for himself. This game is all in Ruddy's control. Now it feels as maybe it could go from bad to worse if this play works out. Painful, the target, the remount, the crash down not needed as Alex will claim it. No Kidrukin instead. As the mid lane tier 2 as well under siege. What is happening? The tempo stepping up. The other is trying to stop Ruddy, but if there's one thing you should know, you can't stop this Ruddy from going ahead with what they want. They are claiming everything they could want on the Rift. Turret, kills, doesn't matter. This game snowballed within 2 minutes into Ruddy's firm control.
I think under the turret built.
He is available. Will he use it? No, he will not. Space Flash does not connect and build. Now just trying to make sure his support makes it out instead. Maybe the bot lane of Nativz could be in trouble. Flash and Barrier already used. Alaric remounting to secure the kill. As now here comes Painful. Finds one. The resets forward are there. As Alex now trying to turn the play around on Painful. The shurikens fly wide. And with that the kill will be claimed. Nata the target of the Oloris, who's full HP, but built TP's back in the fight. I think it's about to end. And with that, I can't remember how many went down in that play.
I neither can I, man, but Ruddy, they come away with a massive win. 2 turrets in the mid lane down, 2 turrets in the bot lane down. I don't know if that all happened in that small sequence, but the map just exploded into their favour. 8k gold now their advantage. Built moves out of the top lane and absolutely slam dunks Nativz and taking down a couple of turrets as well. The duo pushing power of a Skarner and a Ziggs, not a duo that I thought I'd see pair up, but one that I'm glad to have seen. Nata already on this Ziggs with those 2 items, just taking turrets left, right and centre.
Yeah, as Build makes his way back to the top side. They are no longer looking for turrets left, right and centre. Now they want the kills, as it is the target that's on the Oloris' back. The damage coming through. Ball instead easier, squishier, taken down. Alex trying to snipe, connects, but the damage on the tank just not quite there. As I don't know how this happened. Within 2 minutes, this game is now over. We were at a point before where I think Nativz still had a few more chances left, but they used them as soon as they got back on the rift. And this game is now done. Like, look at what's happening. We're 90 minutes in. We're between 2 turrets. As Alex will try and find more kills. Hybrids the target. Yeah. Yeah, this is gross. Just, yeah. Congratulations. Ruddy will go up to 4-1, I guess.
Unfortunately, at this point, Nativz really are just a 6th through 11th camp on the Ruddy radar right now.
What am I watching?
Turret
How are they
falls
doing
in the top
this?
side. Inhibitor's going to go down as
Oh
well.
my
Kit
God,
Rukan!
what? Kit Rukan!
That was nasty.
That is gross. This could just be game if they had more minions. I mean, what? I'm shell-shocked here. This has gone on. They just turned the pedal to the metal. And within 2... I'm not joking. 3-4 minutes ago, this game was 3,000 gold within reach. Now it's an 11,000 gold lead. And Nada's gotten 4 kills, by the way. That's good for my fantasy points. Shout out to him.
Just a single whiff of blood in the water, and all of a sudden, Nativz are almost just a carcass on the floor at this point. So little left for them to give in this game as Built, runs into some of the potential potholes that this composition would have as Nativz, gets ended up rooted. Not able to find that engage so cleanly, but just the position on the map, the fact that you've got such long range follow-up from Kit Rukan as well. Really all does go to plan for Ruddy. Top tier 3 plus inhibitor going to fall as well. They found an extra couple of kills also. Maybe an argument to say, hey, you could be playing this mid lane and this bot lane a little bit better, try and have those synchronized wave crashes. But like when you're playing League of Legends so well on a micro level, if you forget to push a bot wave, I'm really not bothered.
Yeah, the Baron is gone, by the way. It's just done in the replay. That's insane as now the fight continues to erupt. I think Alaric might be in a bit of trouble. No, this TP from the flank should spell doom. Alex is stopped. Theodoris sacrificing himself for the team. Genuinely a massive TP. I think that might have bought them 1 more minute of life here, unless Ruddy just force their way into the Nexus and end the game.
Yeah, they're going to push into this mid wave. Looks like a lot of them are going up toward this top side with the Baron. I mean, hey, why not? Let's take a look, see what we can sniff out here with a Ziggs. Who's actually in the mid lane, manages to make his way over. Those turrets really won't last too long.
No. Yeah, the turrets are gone. Just look at them disappear. Nata can take the next one. 22 minutes
Demolish.
in. 5 minutes ago, this game was within reach of Nativz. Now it's Ruddy having fun. They've been dominating. What is happened here as Ruddy moved to sole position in the first place with a scoreline of 4-1?
Yep, just a single drop in the water. Ruddy swarm and managed to take down this game. It was clinical, it was lethal, and a well-deserved victory for Ruddy, coming away with just a clean and cut, very well executed W.
Yeah, that was gross. That was absolutely crazy. Blink and you'll miss it. Imagine if you walked out and got some, maybe, I don't know, made some food, made some noodles during the break. Then you came back after the pause and thought, oh, this game could still go on for maybe 15, 20 minutes more. 5 minutes later, you're watching this now, and we're talking about how Ruddy just absolutely...
We're not still in the pause, guys.
That is crazy. Yeah, this is not still the pause, by the way. The game is done. Ruddy just crushed them. That is crazy. Wow, I am shocked. Ruddy looking very dangerous in the skirmishes so far during this split. More about that, though, after the break, as the desk will break it down and hype us up for our 3rd game of the day. See you after the break.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Ruddy are not allowing anybody close to their first place. So we have Nord versus Venomcrest at the end of the day, and someone has to get close to Ruddy because Ruddy are just popping off. The idea of this game, I would like to get your thoughts, gentlemen, on the idea of what they wanted to prepare, but what Ruddy didn't even allow it.
Yeah, I think honestly this game kind of comes down to exactly what we said about Ruddy. They are just very aggressive. The Z is a relatively greedy pick, but they made it work. And I mean, Alex, he just looked like a beast on that champion. Really solid performances coming in from him. Gets MVP as well. 7-1-4, 55% kill participation, almost 30% of the team's damage as well. Really big stuff coming in from this guy. And are we surprised? Absolutely not. They played for kills and they outhandsed their opponent. Not particularly surprised by that at all. I do still stand by the point I made prior to this game that I want to see a macro game from Ruddy, just to prove that they can do it, because eventually you'll come up against someone who you can't outhands. But right now, they are just far and above a lot of the other teams in this league. I'm very excited to see how they fare up versus Nord when that comes around.
Yeah,
Oh, that would be a matchup, right, Fox?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I think that's the one we're looking for. That's next week. Week 4 is Nord versus Ruddy. Yes, baby.
I was taking a look.
So, yeah, that's going to be a good one. That's going to be a good one. And I share sentiments. I think it's going to be fun to watch. Also, just coming into this game, another reason why Alex for me was the MVP is what he was able to do. Considering he was in a Tristana lane, right? Tristana lane is not an easy lane to play against right now in the meta. It's really strong. It's a ranged champion, so it's always going to harass you and chunk you down with ugly business. And Zed's a melee champion, so you can kind of just get like pushed down and whittled away before you can even do Zed things. But Alex never let it get to that point. Got solo kills, moved around the map, was able to kind of leverage his strength across the entire rift. And it's just not easy to do. It's not an easy thing to do, especially against that team comp. And Jake, you had a great kind of crystal ball prediction in the draft about the double enchanter thing with Seraphine being picked and with Ivan also being around and having like some good like scaling ADCs, Varus and Trist. It just never got to that point. You need to group up as 5 to do that, to get those team fights, and Ruddy did not let it get to that point. The combo as well, hadn't even touched on that. You know, the Rel Rumble, it was gross. It was crazy. Ruddy doing Ruddy things as we expected.
There were mistakes.
I like this
kills,
Jake,
right?
but I want to swap Jakes. I'm going for Don Jake right now. I like you, Jake, but I'm going for another Jake. Hey, Jake, how are you doing? Yeah,
Hello, mate.
Don Jake, I need to talk to you. Every single week I look into who am I going to interview, and that name is over there.
Yeah, no. So the thing is, Regan keeps saying he's going to do it, and then like on the day of, he'll be like, "I'm in a." Have you ever seen that video of that guy that's like, "I'm in an abandoned warehouse. I'm in Kevlar. I'm in Sweden," and he's giving you all these excuses. That's like Regan every single time he has to do one of these.
Understand him. Send him a hug, and I'll see you soon. Eventually, I don't know when.
You know what his excuse was today? He sent me. He put it on Twitter. He sent me a video of him eating a cucumber in Barcelona.
You know, when you don't have limits, you never know where you're gonna stop. I think that's it.
He needs to stop. Someone has to stop him.
I would say the same about your team. How are you feeling now? Are you a little bit better?
Yeah, I mean, so people will know that it was so funny. I gave an interview and someone was like critiquing me for like, they were like, "Oh, this is insane." But like for me, you demand perfection. We were slacking. We know that we can win this league, and we weren't performing. We dropped a game to a team that we didn't think were on our level, and it came from complacency. So, I mean, internally, we had a lot of we went out to the books, and we came out strong. I mean, we knew we had to make a statement today. We knew we didn't want to make it close, and I'd just like to thank Nativz for turning up and trying.
You know what? I didn't think I was going to talk about this today, but I'm going to talk it specifically with you. There was a leak or a rumor about Kedrol coming into the NLC, a lot of clips and all that. He was going to bring the Bows, for instance. A big team was like, I mean, it's NLC, and what do you think would happen?
What I think would happen? I mean, I think it would be great. It would be a great resurrection for the league. I set out when I started this, wanting to get as many eyes as possible. I sort of operate the I'll use this metaphor because I'm South African. But like a lot of South Africans, the goal is to emigrate and you send money back home. So a lot of the work that I do is, going away into other regions and trying to get eyes back on this region. And I think if we could in any way influence people like Dom, Kedrol, not to say that I'm having an influence on that, I think it's of his own volition. I think that'd be great. I think it's exactly what needs to be solved here. I think if he joined, it would be wonderful. I'd love to have him around. I'd love to kick his ass as well.
Exactly that I was expecting. And you know what, Kedrol? If you join the NLC, we promise we won't ban Malzahar. Now, moving on with that in mind, tell me something, Don Jake. When can we expect pictures from your players? Are they real or are they AI? Are we just playing with the ChatGPT?
You can expect pictures when my players like develop non-levels of social anxiety and they stop being little losers that don't want to show their faces. Like Bill is just like, oh, but I'm like a streamer. It's a big incentive for me. I want to like reveal my face and get loads of subs. You have 150 viewers, buddy. You have 150 people that watch you. You're not fucking, you're not a celebrity, mate. And then the rest of them, we could probably get a picture of them soon. I apologize, guys.
Because, there's a big rumor going on in the league that, for instance, you showed up for the interview and Wolverine. No one else. There's a rumor it's only you and Wolverine playing.
Oh, fucking hell. Sorry. Again, I got warned about that last time. I think if it was only us playing, it would be a very, I think we probably wouldn't have won a game by now. I think Will's pretty decent. He plays on high ping. And I can only play Nunu to like a low diamond level nowadays. So
you're telling me you're not Alex? You're not secretly
No, not quite Alex.
I've never seen you in the same room, so...
With my current level of jungling, I'm still probably better than half the junglers in this league. But I mean, that just goes to say, right?
Well, thank you so much for the interview with Don Jack. We have to wrap it up. There's some communication issues. Thank you so much, and I'll see you soon.
Anyways, just want to say, nice kickabout with the boys today. Lovely stuff. Keep on trying, man. You'll be able to take a win from us soon.
I like that. Thank you so much. Hey, that was pleasant. That was pleasant. I like it. He's still a chill guy.
He is so good at Subtle Flame. Actually, he's so good at Subtle Flame. But then also, I think what makes it so good is the fact he does Subtle Flame and then we'll just like outright flame people. And, he does a mixture of both of just like calling people bad, but then also subtly calling people bad at the same time. Very funny. I love Don Jake, but I would like to hear from the rest of the team. I know that he was saying, but I really want to hear the rest of the team show up and kind of get their thoughts and their input on how everything's going. Because I'm not going to say they're the best team in the league because they are currently tied with 2 other teams, but they are one of the best teams in the league. So I really want to get the players' thoughts on what's going on. So come on, Ruddy, show up. Let's have a chat.
It's time. You can even show into the interview with a mask. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We just want to hear your voice at least. Go dream on that. I don't care.
Now, that seems so on brand for Ruddy. Like a ski mask.
Yes!
Some kind of rap video type thing.
Ski mask and a voice changer.
Yeah.
I would be down for that. I would be down for that interview. And at the end of the interview, pulls it off and it's Don Jake yet again. Now it's Blue Whites versus Lightside. A team that is still struggling to get their own first victory versus Lightside, who already has some victories. And there you go. This individual is a dangerous individual. We need to talk about him.
Yeah, so, Sumi, very, very solid player. But, Lightside as a team has been really interesting to watch. And, their wins off the back of Sumi, he has really impacted the map. 82% kill participation. He's first on that. He's first on damage. He is in the top stats for pretty much everything but KD right now. Yeah. And he's making the wins for Lightside look really, really impressive. They are 50-50 right now, though. And I will admit, I think they're not 50-50 in their performances. I think even their first game of the entire season versus DMG, they really showed up. That could have been anyone's game. It was a really, really fun game for them to watch. And I'm going to be honest. I do think that Blue Whites are going to have their work cut out for them. Blue White 0-4. Another team, though, who I think are better than their scoreline shows us. But it doesn't mean I think they're that great at the moment. I think there's a lot of potential here. I just don't think they've realized that potential and hit it. Where I think Lightside, I think they understand a lot of their win conditions. Just some of their games, there's been some fumbles, which has cost them.
Yeah, I agree with that fully. This is still a very light side favored game, I'd say, but Blue White certainly, they're 0-4, but I don't. If they'd won, 1 or 2 of their games, it wouldn't have been too surprising, to be perfectly honest. So, absolutely could see them make an upset here in the NLC. So we're going to get some pretty standard bans with the Tristana, Skarner, Corki. That's all, as you would expect. And then the Varus first pick. Now, Varus obviously has very high popularity. He's really crazy. A lot of lethality builds are really strong right now, and Varus matches up with a lot of supports, engage, pull back, whatever it is you want to do, Varus can do it. One good way to tackle that, however, is to jump on his face, lock him down, CC him. He has no mobility, no pill whatsoever, and the Vi with that assault and battery absolutely going to be able to do that. So I told you, with a nice lock in here, already solving some of the issues in this Blue White draft.
Yeah, just having a look at what's up. Obviously, the Cassante has been left open. The Corki is banned. I almost said it was left open. It has been banned. They're locking in the Sejuani here. Now, you could just go Sejuani and a support, or Sejuani and a mid, and leave something open for later. If you predict, let's say, a Cassante to get picked up from the side of the light side, Sedge is going to match up really well with something like a Renekton. We saw Bucci pilot that lane really well earlier. Now, Bucci may be a little bit of a cut above the rest as far as the top laners go, but I am a happy boy now. We get to see the LeBlanc getting picked up here for custom, so got themselves a very, very aggressive mid. Now, I'm assuming this is Talia mid, so anyone who knows LeBlanc versus Talia, this is not one of her easier matchups. The Unraveled Earth shuts LeBlanc down very heavily here. You got the Vi, you got the Cassante. Any topside skirmishing, it's going to be on custom to play this really, really effectively, because that is a hard 3v3, realistically, to be playing into.
Yeah, I'm looking at the I'm looking at the Sejuani specifically. Sorry to cut you off there. I'm just trying to check some of the stats, because Sejuani is a flex. Like it can be a top lane thing.
Could go top, yeah.
But as far as it goes from the stats, we've seen Jones pick it twice, so it's probably going to be a jungle Sejuani, which I think the value of the flex is quite high here, because I don't really like a LeBlanc Sedge mid jungle duo. I don't think it's that strong. It's all magic damage. It's just a bit meh, to be perfectly honest. And you can kind of, I think, Lightside's done their research, and they're making the assumption that that's probably going to be a jungle Sejuani with these top lane bans in the Yorick and the Twisted Fate. What a world we live in, where I say that, the top lane ban, Twisted Fate. Yeah, if you went back a year or two, you probably think I was crazy for saying that. This Swain hover on the other side, though, I don't know. I don't want to talk too much about hovers, but it is just going to be the support I'm pinching here as well from Blue White. So maybe even a Sejuani support. I don't know why they're pinching support so hard right here and haven't even picked their own.
Wow.
Smolder instead. Okay.
We had an interview with Fruity Fresh this week. I think it's available on Twitter already, and he was talking about the Swine. He loves the Swine. It's his champion out in Soul, and Swine, it's his love as a champion. And he said I can play AD. I don't want it, but I can play AD. And this little dragon has been buffed a lot, so maybe there's something to look out for Fruity.
Okay, so as kind of predicted here, the Renekton Sejuani is potentially going to get picked up. Renekton applies Sejuani passive very effectively, so if this is the lock-in, I expect top lane to get a lot of attention and to snowball Veluxia on this Renekton as quick as possible. That has been locked in, so they're now looking towards a support here, something to pair up with the Varus. Looking to actually potentially be an enchanter here. I mean, I guess they got enough front line, so the Karma lock-in gives a bit more safety to MKR. Now, my major concern on the side of Blue Whites is this going to be on hit, or is this going to be a lethality Varus? If it's lethality, Blue Whites have a bit of poke, and then like
Wow.
obviously the ability to finish someone up with the LeBlanc. But ultimately, you don't have any consistent damage. Where Light side, they've got a lot of consistent damage coming out from that Smolder. And if this Blitz finds a good hook in lane, that Smolder can accelerate very, very fast off it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I love the Blitzcrank lock-in because there's so many good targets here. Absolutely. And you know, the combo that you can do that as well with like a grab into a seismic shove, or even just like the Vi or something along those lines. So yeah, that's quite scary here for Blue Whites to navigate. And yeah, I think this fast leg tier on this Blitzcrank is gonna have a field day with this, especially as he roams around and such like that. So yeah, nice little round off here for Lightside with their some good scaling, some good shutdown, some good lockdown as well. And Blue White's gonna have to be a little bit nifty and kind of outplay Lightside, I think, here with the individual talents.
An interesting draft coming in from both teams, but Lightside looking for their third victory. Meanwhile, Whites are still waiting for their first. But in order to find out who's going to take this one, let's toss it to the casters once again. It is Duckling and Ruddy while waiting.
Thank you very much, Ashram, and welcome here to the Caster's Disc. An interesting draft, especially from Lightside, and I want to make this point very clear. I'm intrigued by that draft. Not because they've drafted Blitzcrank or something like that, because Fruity Fresh and Sumi are playing champions that regularly play in that role. They aren't flexing anything here. It's as standard as it gets, which is
That's what you think.
not standard as it gets from Lightside.
Maybe this is AP Smolder. Maybe we're seeing Crit Strike Tilia come through in the mid lane.
Hopefully,
Hey,
please.
It's the only way that we could see Sumi play Tilia in the mid lane. No, but you make a valid point. The diverse champion pools of these two players has certainly been a talking point for the light side throughout the beginning of this season. Nice to see that they've got, let's call them standard laners in their pool as well. Of course, we get to see Smolder coming back with a little bit of vengeance. This isn't the first time that we've seen it in competitive play. Yon actually took this for Team Liquid in their opening series up against FlyQuest. Did end up having a banging game on the Smolder, so maybe we'll get to see a similar type of thing. Obviously, the champion did get nerfed into the ground, right? Recognizing, maybe we should give it a little bit of life and just give it a tiny buff here and there. Flattened out the Q mana cost, so it's not nearly as punishing later on once you've leveled it up. Also gave a little bit of extra damage to it through the critical strike scaling as well.
Yeah, and Blue Whites still looking for the first victory. I believe it will come. I think they will win at least one game in the split. The question just is,
That's so generous
when.
of you.
Yeah, I mean, it is actually pretty damn generous considering how they've performed so far. They haven't had the best start to the league, I think it's fair to say. It makes sense, we all know why they're here, blah, blah, blah. No reason to dive into that again. But maybe, this could be one of the games where they could find something, theoretically speaking.
Yeah, I mean, so this composition that they've drafted for themselves is very, very pick-oriented. So we'll have to see if they can use Vision to make that work.
Yeah, they will need to make that work. I do believe we are ready to head into the game, so let's just head right onto the rift. Back on the Rift we go for our third out of 4 games today. Lundqvist Lightside, yet another of these teams that many didn't have many expectations for coming in. Of unknown factors, some talent from Division 2, Elijah coming out of nowhere. But they have looked up to par so far, making these games, some of these games closer than they should be, and getting 2 victories along the way. So if they are to keep up with this image that they have built over the past couple of weeks, of being a team that can potentially contest for playoffs, where they need to beat a team like Blue Whites.
Yeah, it's worth it. It's worth mentioning as well. Lightside have taken some already really important games. They took a game off of Ruddy, right? That's a really big win for them. Also managing to take down Nativz, maybe not as big a boon, but it's not like these 2 wins that they've cashed in are off of our lower tier teams. Obviously, the win over one of our current favourites, certainly very, very impressive. But obviously we talked about Blue Whites, how they're going to look to try and win out this game, put their first win on the board. I highlighted a little bit the fact that it comes from the poke. Obviously the LeBlanc is going to be really important. Nice to see a sweeper and maybe get a little bit of early gold into Costa. See if they can try and punish this Tilia and the immobility that she has early on. Obviously, once you reach level 6 on the Sejuani, trying to gank this mid lane does become very, very easy.
Oh, Custom diving right into the E damage from Sumi. The root connects. They're just auto-attacking each other, both of these mages. Getting them through as here comes the Q. So, a lot of trading back and forth here. Custom really wanting to make a good impression on his NLC Division 1 debut. Blue
I
Eyes,
like
you know,
this.
yeah, go on.
The idea, just make it volatile, right? Make it so that any gank that comes through has got just that higher chance of succeeding. Obviously, she's spotted on a ward here, but that's not going to stop Jonas from maybe finding a Q flash into the mid lane.
Surely Sumi respects this, right? Yeah, there comes the Unraveled Earthen Root, though, connects as
There you
well.
go.
First blood to be claimed. Jonas could be in trouble here, but Holly wants the kill back, needs one more auto to claim it, and he finds it indeed. Now Custom trying to trade Bragg. I thought maybe he would overextend there, but Holly gets something more, but in the end, he's out. And you know, that's a win for Blue Whites, but Lightside happy to get something back.
Yeah, maybe Custom can crash this wave under the turret, and due to the size of this wave, might not need to teleport back and can generate an advantage through the means of that summoner spell. Just as we said, make it volatile, make it so that any gank comes through, makes it that a little bit easier to succeed. Exactly the case in point. Custom lands the chain. Sumi didn't respect that there could be the jungler still waiting in the wings, and unfortunately ends up burning no summoner spells but falling instead. So TP gets used to get back to the laning phase. I end up contradicting myself as is, but with the LeBlanc finding a bit of participation in First Blood, that's the exact way you want this game to be going.
Here comes the game from Jonas. He wants to get something done down on the bot side. Flash already out from through Fresh Fast. Like now the target flash comes through from him as well, and that's enough to end the play, but it certainly had a price.
Another successful gank down on that bot side. You burn the flash from Fruity Fresh, flash from Fast Legged as well. And the Blitzcrank offensive capabilities not necessarily hindered with that Hex Flash, but now Custom has jumped
that's
forward.
good, Custom. He's gonna find the solo kill here. Will be able
Bounce
to
back.
escape as well. That LeBlanc is looking good so far. What a start to your NLC debut.
Really solid stuff from Custom in the mid lane, not just now playing well with his jungler, but also finding individual success in the 1 versus 1. Sumi going to really struggle, you can see already in that build path. Absolutely no way to get ability power in this build early on. You need those Merc Treads. We've also opted into the tier early on. It's very standard, very core on a Talia, but you're not going to get any damage for a very long time, and all the while Custom with this Dark Seal is only going to be going for the damage.
Let's see what happens down the bot lane. This looks like a replay of what happened before. This time though, no flashes available. And you know, Lightside do a good job of getting out of the situation without having to try and expend anything. But Yona is putting his pressure towards this bot lane for now.
Yeah, there's definitely an angle there for E-Jets if they actually flash over the Blitzcrank so that the auto attack can't come through and secure the route onto Fruity Fresh. Now, obviously trying to fight through that great big wave may be a reason for why they didn't opt to go for that, and just a little bit too volatile, a little bit too difficult of a play to make come to fruition. But with double flash still available down on that bot side, would like to see a bit of a return to that bot lane if possible. Also, you know, worth noting that sort of expected this top lane to be the area of the map that we were going to see high presence from Jonas. That hasn't been the case so far, but Veluxa doing just fine in this top side matchup. Not quite got that big CS lead that we saw from Bucci just yet, but I'm still, you know, the game is still young, still an opportunity for that to happen, and it's not like Jonas hasn't been active on the map and is just letting this Renekton fall to the wayside for nothing.
Yeah, and I just having the time of his life up here in the top lane so far, scaling up. Elijah, someone who came out of nowhere, right? Even as a Danish connoisseur, I like to call myself that, you know. I didn't know about Elijah until he joined up in NLC Division 1 this split. I think he finished seventh rather, sorry, in NLC Division 2, if I'm not mistaken. Not a result that screams of success, but in the end, he's looked good so far here in Lightside, though certainly not looked out of place as Eggets is caught out of position and he will be taken down. Surely he has no way out. The flash was available, but realizes that there was nothing more to be done. The death comes through, and Badholdi claims the kill goal. This Drake also being a point of contest, as Badholdi stopped Jonas from taking it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, just a
Sumi's low. Oh my god, Custom. He's playing this so well.
Just bounces back. And again, Sumi. Oh, okay.
Custom.
This is not level 6 on Vi just yet.
Yeah, so there isn't a cease and desist. Jones is here as well, but he's spotted on the wall, so they know exactly what they're getting themselves into, Lightside, if they decide to stick around, and seems like they back off. No, mind they've engaged, I think. What's happening? Custom slow. He's
Flashed
out.
away.
Forced to flash. Sumi's low as well, though. None of the junglers have level 6. This should become an all-out brawl. As it ends right there. No one dies. But Ruddy walks into that bush. Onward has fast leg coming in as well. He's out. I think that is it. No, the hook comes through as well.
You're wrong.
Now it's Jones who's the target. Flash out from him as well. Do they continue? It's so hard to read this. Do they want to go or not, man?
Just, testing the waters. Throwing a few skill shots. No big overcommitments, but either way, maybe they could have made a play. Maybe they could have found a kill. Maybe they should have found a kill, honestly, Duckling, but forced the flash from Jones and making this game all the more interesting. And honestly, for an early game of the two that we had in the past 2 matches, I'm quite excited that we get to see a little bit more fast-paced action to our early stages and that it's not giving us until 15 minutes before the game ends up picking up in the pace just a little bit. Overall, who's coming out on top, though? That's what we need to be looking at. Blue White's the ones who have that slight advantage. 600 gold in the mid lane, couple of 100 gold down on that bot side. A good CS lead for NKR, who it's worth noting is heading towards this on-hit style. The hyper carry work of Varus going to be looking to dish out enough damage to this Cassante late game to keep him at bay.
Let's just look what happened in the mid lane before here, right? So they decide to go. I thought initially that Ruddy got level 6 when I saw them both right on top of custom. I believe Sumi might flash forward. Oh, they both flash likely. Let's see.
Okay.
What? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Everybody flashed. Bartoldi short-ranged his Q.
And no
so
one died.
flashes in, makes it so that the Q is pretty much unmissable, and then obviously flash to follow.
Okay.
Bot side now.
Finds the root. The chain continues. Fastlex is in trouble. Forced to flash out again. The flash connects the snipe. As Fruity Flash is low as well. Can't even claim the kill in return. Nice little 2v2 there from Blue White's bot lane.
Yeah, assuming that that's a really good punish from Blue White. I didn't see Fastleg throw a hook, so I'm assuming that that got thrown just off screen, and that incited Blue Whites to find some violence down there. Really well executed. They find a 2 versus 2 kill. Again, extending that gold lead, but now Bartoldi's here. Has got the cease and desist.
Who will he go for? Aegis is obviously the primary target. The flash is used.
Mantra
the
W.
CC comes through. Mantra W surely will not be
Shield.
enough. One more auto is enough. And MKR now might be the next target, despite Custom being here. A good flash, though, stops the chain CC, but Ruddy goes down on the light side. Have overstepped level 9 on Custom as he claims to kill alongside MKR.
Really well played once again from Blue Whites down on this bot side. He goes down, but he buys so much time. Manages to get the cease and desist out from Bartoldi, who committed flash plus ultimate. Just killed the support Karma. Would have loved to have used that ulti to try and close the gap onto MKR. Maybe force their barrier as well, but wasn't able to do so.
Chain, hook, more CC, no damage though.
Yeah, this is the issue with the build path, right? Because the LeBlanc was so far ahead and we see Sumi have to pay so much respect, the actual damage that's coming from this Tilia, 10 minutes into the game is a single amp tome. The mana from Tyr isn't doing damage for you. The great, I've got extra tenacity. I'm taking less damage from magic damage, but I'm not dealing that damage just yet. When I compare that to Costum, who's already got completed Luden's Tempest, it's night and day.
Yeah, that Luden's sitting nicely in his pocket. Luden's companion. I didn't want to call you out on the buddy.
No. I remember.
Yeah, you remember. I respect that. And also, it is worth mentioning, obviously, the boots came in for free, right? Got those with those slightly enchanted boots, thanks to the rune. So, magical footwear, that's the name. As the Drake now gets started up. So, in the end, he has been able to throw extra gold just into the item. That was the point I wanted to make, which also helped him get to that point spike earlier, though. Drake down to 3k. Sumi the target. Chain CC on Costa, but he goes right back out. MKR is low. Very, very low at that as well. But instead, they turn that
Still alive, though.
Who CC chained to death and dies right before our very eyes. Blue White are oh so low, but no one is dying on their side until the Luxa doesn't fall. Sumi, the target for Custom, as somehow this play continues. And I don't know how, but Blue Whites get the Drake and they escape 5-man unharmed.
Okay, well, I say unkilled, I think, is the better term.
That's probably the better term, yeah.
Health bar's definitely very low. There was certainly some harm going through there. Fruity Fresh and Sumi able to stay alive and pump out damage from the backline. Maybe a bit of a glimpse of things to come. as we get later on into this game. Of course, the Smolder, a champion that we know is one to scale, wants to get to that 225 stacks nice and early, as fast as possible. So finding these skirmishes, honestly not the worst thing in the world, especially in big grouped up areas. You can get multiple stacks of your passive from your W, from your ulti. Really, really high value if that is the case. Get a replay of how this all comes to fold. Fastleg comes over this wall and he's just a bit too separated from his team. Means that he goes down a little bit too early. And then Yonez, really nice Glacial Prison as well. The peel for MKR, actually very important. And importantly as well, just an extra person down on this bot side fight. You have Veluxa there, whereas you could see on the minimap Elijah was pushing top lane, got himself a couple of plates back, but overall, the play down in the bot lane, very, very winning for Blue Whites.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play, which now leads them to be a couple thousand gold in the lead. Not insurmountable by any means, but it's something to work on. And when you're 0-4, you'll take anything. They've looked good, customs looked exciting. 2-0-2 for both carries in this game for Blue Whites. It's a platform, it's something to work with, and it's a great start for them.
Just trying to bait MKR here.
Oh my god, the damage there is good. Fruity Fresh is so low, he can't join in, but Holly now yet again too far forward. His team is too far behind, he can't make the plays, and he goes down a third time running without claiming anything. Instead, MKR goes on a killing spree. Fruity Fresh finds himself in all sorts of trouble here as Custom comes in as well. Fastleg already forced to flash away. I believe the bot lane have made it out, but yeah, Blue Whites, they run the rift.
I want to credit Egypt here once again on this Karma. Really solid play. This time it was the positioning. Making sure that even though Cease and Desist came out, there was no chance of follow-up for Fastlegged. As soon as he saw that his AD carry was getting altered, the positioning from the Karma went straight between the Blitzcrank and the AD carry. It means that MKR can't get pulled back in. If they're going to hook anyone, it's going to be the Karma, and that's not the target that you're looking for. It then opens up for MKR to be free hitting. All Fastlegged was able to do there was walk in, ulti, walk out. Not really able to use this hook at all, and it all comes off the really wise positioning that Egypt's had in that fight. Able to find a kill in a play that was initiated by Lightside, but came out on top for Blue Whites.
And now Blue Whites continuing to do what they want on the Rift, as their next target is this Rift Herald. And yeah, this is really, really good for Blue Whites. There's not much else to say. Obviously, I'm not going to be jinxing it and caster cursing all sorts of things, but if things continue to go this way, this game could turn out to be a very happy game for them. As Custom, looking for Bot Holder here. I'm not going to say they're going to get that win. I'm not going to go ahead and caster curse it all, because the scaling is there for Lights, and in particular Lightside Fruity Fresh. If he gets to the late stages of the game, I'm not sure how strong that Smolder is anymore, but I'm pretty certain it's still a very strong once it's, reached its spike.
Yeah, so the items did get, when they got changed around, did hurt Smolder just a little bit. There's no Sheen now on Essence Reaver, so this obviously still gives mana back to Smolder, but it doesn't give him that Sheen proc, which he really, really valued. And Trinity Force is an item, not one that goes super hand in hand with Smolder, so maybe if you're looking for a really late game item, a Trinity Force can give you a little bit more tankiness and then gives you that Sheen proc that you might be after. But for the time being, you are looking to a very different element of Smolder power, waiting for another couple of items before we're really, really there, and of course waiting for the stacks to come through as well. We know that the Talia can do a fair amount of damage as well if she's given the chance to do so and given the time frame to get out their DPS.
So, still needed some time, but the damage will be there in the end for Lightside if they get to that point, is the big asterisk. But for the top side here, I think this matchup is intriguing, right? We saw it earlier today when Poochie played the Renekton in that first game up against Shihan, and it felt like it was just all Renekton, nothing the Kazante could do, but this time around it feels a bit different. Now Veluxa finds himself in a 1v2. The flash though is good, as you say, very good flash to get out of trouble, and this Herald charge in the mid lane will help to get this tier 1 turret low. It will go down as well, I assume, with the mini wave coming in. Yeah, it's gonna be close. Sumi's here as well, but he's half HP. Do they know this? Surely they know he's here, right?
No.
Oh, he's gonna be in trouble now. Custom is there from the flank, and he's just gonna try and one-shot Sumi, who's forced to flash out to safety. The turret survives though. Lightside claim the one on the top side, and Elijah 1.6k ahead. A lot of weight on this young top laner's shoulder now.
Yeah, so 5 minutes of scary times for Sumi. No flash versus Sejuani. LeBlanc is going to be very, very difficult to try and deal with. Obviously, those Merc Treads are there just in case, but by and large, not an easy situation for Sumi to find himself in. Has got that Seros for a little bit of extra safety if you need the shield. Obviously, if you're in a position where that shield is the difference between life and death, maybe you're in a slightly too compromised position to begin with. But all told, it's not too bad for Lightside just yet. That gold lead was growing in the last couple of minutes. It's stabilized. We've not really seen it expand too much at all. And you mentioned Elijah has a fair amount of pressure on their shoulders. Well, with 2 items completed already, the Thornmail and the Sunfire Aegis, they're actually in a really good position here, because if we're looking at the ways in which Blue-Whites are going to be dealing magic damage, there is going to be an element coming from the Varus between Blight and the items that they're building. There is going to be an element of magic damage there. But LeBlanc shouldn't be focusing the Cassante, neither should the Sejuani, who does minimal magic damage anyway. So all of this armor is just such high value versus a Varus, who's itemized, as we know, toward this more on-hit style of build. And without that magic damage profile that you would like to see onto the Cassante, Elijah has the opportunity to be an absolute menace in team fights.
Okay, yeah, I like that that analysis, Ruddy. Elijah will have a lot to prove in this game. Can certainly show why he's been brought into this team, as he faces a 1v2 now up against Custom, which is scary. 1-2 go up against a lot of damage on this pretty fat LeBlanc. Let's see how much he can do here. Just forced to flash. I think Elijah just made it out to safety. Did come at a price of a flash. That's the biggest worry when you attack, though. Doesn't really change all too much, but yeah. This young kid comes out of nowhere. 7th place in NLC Division 2. Nothing to write home about in that regard. Gets thrown into the deep end, I kind of want to say, in an NLC split that is harder to predict than ever before. And does well. And yeah, holding my breath there, I should say. Fighting mate could have happened. I think we were on the verge as the shotback comes through. The seismic jump is good. But yet again, Badholdi short charges the Q. You can't keep doing this, man. As now Jonas is on the hunt for more. Don't get it though, and everyone's out to safety. Talking about young guns and being thrown into the deep end, Badholdi, anything but that. A veteran of the scene, in particular the Danish scene. I know he came from the UKEL last split, but in Denmark, won the Danish National League, played on multiple teams, and I expected him not to be the one with the flashy outplays, but the one to lead the team. But connecting on the Vikings, though, I feel like that's a given when you're a competitive player, right?
There's a dichotomy of, oh, I need to get away, I need to use this spell for just a little bit of movement on the top side.
This is a peculiar situation. Yes, you say 2v2. I'm not sure this is exactly what Lightside wanted when they envisioned this situation. Sumi now the target, as you say. There was no flash, and this will spell his demise. It's claimed by Veluxa, and with Baron spawning on the Rift, maybe I'm too optimistic, but it opens up some windows for Blue Whites.
Yeah, I think it's maybe just tier 1 turret in the top side. Now that did come at the sacrifice of a mid push. It's going to cost a teleport from Costum. You can see Fastlane just sticking around, making sure that Smolder are going to be nice and safe if the LeBlanc were to try and hop on in. 5 stacks on the Dark Seal, Void Staff finished as well, so really good position currently for the LeBlanc. Just 1 Q you can see taking a decent chunk out of Fruit Fresh's health.
So the kills are certainly in Blue White's favor. The gold is there as well, but it isn't that big of a gold, right? We are talking 2,000 gold. Just think back to last game. At this point, it was a 10,000 gold for Ruddy. They were about to end the game. 2 minutes later, they would do just that. Blue White, despite me feeling like they're playing well, and Custom, trust me, is playing phenomenally. What a debut from him, and still find another here. What do they need to do to take this to the next step, to get that blow that will really make it their game to lose, or their game to win as well?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they've low-rolled the soul here, which is not ideal. They did end up taking this Chemtech soul. They've not obviously secured it just yet, but at this stage, you would be thinking, okay, let's try and set up for some win conditions, try and play for picks. That's what their composition exceeds at. Highlighted earlier on that it's a poke composition. Now they've got an element of consistent DPS with the Virus, but LeBlanc are going to be very good at hopping over the walls, taking half a HP off of somebody before they can really respond in any capacity. Same to be said for a couple of Karma Qs. You find a ulti from the Sejuani as well. That's going to be really important. So to sum it all up, you're looking at trying to play vision, trying to play for picks.
Could this be something? As Custom, no flash. He goes back, but it's only in the wrong direction. Shut down a massive one at that. And
it goes on to Fruity Fresh. Yeah, the Smolder are going to be very happy with that. Maybe they can take the mid-tier 1 turret as well. Flick back, not quite going to land, but Elijah finally comes
the
out from
pullback
the
though
top
connects.
lane.
It's Eggert who's the target. He CC's both. Elijah has found exactly the right members, but the CC chain, they can't get the kills. Finally, one falls. Now in the front line, it's Veluxa, shoved back by the seismic shove. As they reposition to potentially continue the fight, Lightside seem content with what they've gained, and they know the Drake is up on the Rift as well.
Yeah, and this could very well be the beginning of a very difficult turn back for Blue White's Fruity Fresh has hit that milestone, 259 stacks in fact on the Smolder. We hit 225 quite a while ago, so the execute is in. Every single wave now going to be getting stronger and stronger, just slowly increasing that execute threshold, increasing the damage that comes from that Smolder passive. Eyes need to be on Costum. Can you find access to Fruity Fresh? Because this guy has got no MR, has no resistances whatsoever, should just crumble under the damage that you've got. So whether or not you can make it work, whether or not you can find access, if you land that chain or not, is going to be very indicative as to whether or not Blue Whites can find their first win.
Let's just see what happens here though before I elaborate on your point, but seems like Sumi makes it out. But a story of two tales on the carries here of Lightside, right? As we watch this replay once more. Elijah, notice this, double W connects, that's massive. In the end though, CC chain underneath the turret, he does go down, but it's for a good cause in the end, you could say, as MKR does get killed. I'm not gonna let you elaborate too much on this though, as it ends right here, but when we go back, look at the carry difference between Lightside here, right? Sumi building double defensive and still about to die in the 1v1 to the guy. He has done everything in his power to try and stop from this exact scenario happening. He's built the Seraph. Now he's got the Magic Resist as well with the Banshees. The Baron now started. It's all on the carry with the damage in Fruity Fresh to stop this. But Holdy, Flash in 5, Baron going lower. Do they want to take the risk?
Good hook.
That hook is phenomenal. You found exactly the right member you needed if you wanted to stop this scenario from happening. But they don't have the damage. The Baron will help out. No, just barely not. The execute so close from happening. Elijah has the flash available if he wants to close the gap. He wants MKR. Can he get him? Yes. Pulls him right out of the blast cone. One carry gone. The next in their sights, Elijah. And the team turn their attention towards the grand prize of the Baron.
That's our Baron now, say Lightside. Bartholdi coming back from the respawn. He's more than happy to wake his way to this Baron. Yones is sniffing. He wants it, but this Baron's so high HP and he's got no support.
Fast leg! The hook! He found Custom. Can they take him down? He's in the shadows, but he finally dies. This is just the fight that Lightside need. Fruity Fresh surely dead, but not quite. He can't quite deal the damage. Triple kill for him. Lightside could claim the Baron. No, they reset instead.
And just like that, as though the first 20 minutes of this game did not happen, Lightside are right back to even, and with a Smolder 5-0-2 scaled up now, Duckling, this game is getting harder and harder for Blue Whites to come away with.
They didn't want to risk it. They didn't want to try and get the Baron afterwards, but they found a phenomenal fight, and that just shows what's been one of the key values of Lightside this split. They do not go down without a fight. Look at it, Jonas here trying to stop it. This hook, man.
Yeah.
Fast
leg.
The hype.
Had a quiet early game, I'll be honest, but the beauty of Blitzcrank, everybody, is just that you don't need to have the be-all and end-all of an early game. You don't even need to have the be-all and end-all of a mid-game. You find one good hook late game, you can win the team your game in its own right. Fast leg certainly exhibiting that here and now. Good couple of hooks in sequence there. Found one onto E-Jets, found one onto Costum just then. All of a sudden, like we mentioned, this game even in gold, but the momentum, the champions specifically, you would love to give an element of power over to Lightside. Level advantage for Fruity Fresh. Somehow level advantage for Sumi as well, who had just one of the most awful laning phases between getting ganked early, finding the early pressure of LeBlanc a little bit too much. Now finds himself a level up. Maybe still down in gold, but absolutely ready to participate in any team fights coming through.
Just take a second to breathe, right? 26 minutes in, a minute to the next Drake. Soul point for Blue Whites as Costum. I've been too far forward here. Jumps back.
Oh.
What is he doing here? I'm sorry. I don't get it. Maybe a wrong map read. I'm not sure. He had the flash. I thought he would slither his way out as he's had such a good game so far, but that one is a blunder. 40 seconds. And as I said, Baron is up. By that time, that when he respawns, the Drake will just be spawning as well. Maybe they can burst it down beforehand, but be aware the TP available as soon as custom respawns.
Yeah, no cease and desist means that Bartoldi making a play on this side of the map a little bit more difficult, but as his TP coming in from Sumi, goes back to base, finishes off collecting mana, and with 17 seconds left, light side, they're going to head toward the bot side. That respawn time
but Ruddy misses the Q completely. He's now on the wrong side of the map. His team is running towards the bot. This could be crucial for how the game ends. But Ruddy buying time, doing well. MKR though flashes forward. He wants Sumi, can't quite connect. But Ruddy going back in. He wants this fight. Pull right onto Veluxa though. Not the right target. Here comes Custom. He one-shots Sumi in the beginning of the fight. Elijah though kidnaps MKR into the waiting hands of Fruity Fresh. I think that's it for the fight. It's a 1-for-1, but it's scrappy yet again.
It's a trade of carries. Mid laner for AD carry. Both teams feeling very, very worse for wear after that, but both teams still, with their core carry, still online. Fruity Fresh, fairly low on health, does manage to find a channel to recall Custom as well. Full HP on this LeBlanc now. 3 items come through.
They want this
fight. Yet another fight.
I think they're gonna go for it. Eggert is the target. He's forced to flash away immediately. The pull barely misses. No, not bad. Holdy is in no man's territory until Elijah finally comes to help his jungler. Fast and Glow on the other flank, taken down by Jonas. As it's support for support right now, but Jonas needs to die if Lightside want to claim anything out of all their hard work. Veluxa though, the target instead, but everyone able to slither away to safety. Drake, Baron on the map. I think Lightside might claim the former.
We're going pound for pound, blow for blow in these fights. Carry for carry, support for support after the fact. Maybe the first real objective last couple of minutes could be this Drake. But again, as you say, Duckling, Jonas, he's sniffing around. And this Dragon, it's gone down fast enough.
Yeah, it's gone. That's now the second Drake. Soul Point will come in 5 minutes time. Baron still, I don't want to say untouched, but hasn't been taken down so far this game. It's been up for 9 minutes. Look at where the gold is sitting, right? The big lead for Blue White is on Custom. He can one-shot. We know that for sure. Fruity Fresh realizes it as well. Buying the Immortal Shield Bow to try and get that extra bit of defensive. This game is tight. It's all about who gets the right hook, who gets the right flank. And yeah, I mean, the nerves are certainly high this game, right? Crucial game here for Lightside to keep their hopes and dreams of that playoff race alive, well and truly. For Blue Whites though, getting that first one on the board would mean oh so much for the Finnish representatives.
Yeah, and after they've made a couple of substitutions as well. Really good to see, at the very least, that they've got some more life that has definitely been let into them for week number 3. Want to highlight this Immortal Shield Bow. I know you already did, Duckling, but just how versatile it's going to be. Normally in a situation like this, you'd think, why not more? It's Custom that's been the devastating force in these games, but somebody who's gone really under the radar, I feel like, in these team fights is actually Veluxa. That Immortal Shield Bow is going to give protection versus both the LeBlanc and the Renekton.
Very good point.
Because Veluxa has definitely been a threat in these backlines.
Oh, Custom. Very far forward, they're able to get out though, courtesy of the LeBlanc, being the LeBlanc, the hook, the shot back, the damage on Eggert. Legendary now on exactly the right member. The Dragon is starting to really deal the damage here. Fruity Fresh continues to go forward. Sumi though, taken down. It's a triple for Fruity Fresh. It could get even more. Do we all smell what could be happening here? As there comes the Quadra. Custom, the last man remaining. I don't think he wants to give it up, and instead the focus will be on the Baron.
Yeah, unfortunately, LeBlanc a little bit too slippery to try and chase down for a Penta, but Lightside will more than happily take their prize of the Baron. Really solid fight once again. Fastleg finds a squishy target after the Chain of the Corruption goes wide. The tether is broken. He turns that fight right back around, and once again, there's just no access to Fruity Fresh.
Yeah, the hook connects, but the Banshee's Veil stops it there. That's the Baron claim, though, on what was once a 2,000 goalie from Blue Whites. Now, could become a big lead for Lightside. I don't want to say how big it is right now, although I can do math. I know as well in 3 minutes it could be a whole different picture, as they do have the Baron buff to continue growing this week.
Yes, we didn't see at the start of that, but Chain of Corruption whiffs. TP in from Elijah is actually zoning MKR away, so there's actually no follow-up for the Karma. The really good separation between Fast-Legged and Elijah. Nice little tandem that went to the fold, and made this fight really, really easy. And as you can just see, without anybody touching Fruity Fresh in these fights, the fights play themselves, unfortunately, and they play them very easily in favour of Lightside. In case the game wasn't hard enough now, in the off opportunity that Fruity Fresh does get caught by a chain of corruption, gets caught by an ethereal chain either, and ends up CC'd. He's got that QSS now as well, so trying to take down this Smolder just got that bit harder. Has Flash ready, has Fleet Footwork, so all of the tools that you would think you'd need to survive as a Smolder, they've been picked up.
And now they're looking for the mid lane tier 2. But in the end though, they aren't gonna go for the dive. I was holding my breath there, waiting to see if Baldi would pull the trigger on that and go for the engage. In the end though, didn't quite happen. Fruity Fresh 11-0. I cannot believe I'm saying that. On this Smolder, simply won't go down, refuses to die. Asumi has 0 kills at the same time. The former Rich Gang duo, you know, stepping up for each other, making sure that once there's a bad game, it won't stop the team from performing. The pullback against the target. The season assist comes through, but this might be a bit too far forward, it seems. But Baldi realizes his mistake, but no! The triple pullback from Elijah has other plans. Flash forward, the double. Is it yet another triple? No, finally Sumi gets on the board. Lightside will claim the victory right here. Blue Whites showed signs of life, but in the end, the Lightside will not be stopped from going into the positive scorelines once again. They've looked good all split, and they show it here again. They can come back when times are at their toughest. Fruity Fresh is legendary. Lightside get the win, and Blue Whites remain unwinnable.
14-0-3. Fruity Fresh with a monstrous performance on the Smolder, a pick that we've not really seen so far in the NLC this split, but one that we may be seeing hit the ban table maybe once or twice going forward. A quiet early game for Lightside, and Blue Whites, they came out strong, they came out swinging. Unfortunately, just didn't have enough in the tank to take it all the way through.
Yeah, what a game. We certainly got the content there. A close one through many stages of the game until Fruity Fresh really became too much to deal with in the end. That's it for you and me now for this third game. We'll throw it to a break, and when we come back to the desk, we'll analyze the closest game for today.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Foxdrop predictions are in shambles after this one, but thankfully for LLS to take yet another victory for Blue Whites, they're still searching for it. They almost found gold, but in the end they were robbed of it from LLS. So let's talk about how they actually showed up. Blue Whites, I feel some difference in the team.
Yeah,
we said coming into this game, that Blue Whites were 0-4, but maybe they're better than an 0-4 team. Well, now they're an 0-5 team, and same thing, right? They're better than an 0-5 team. Like this game, they were winning for a lot of it, and they were in the driver's seat for a long time. You know, they had a Fed LeBlanc mid, they had a Fed Varus bot. They just lack that kind of coordination, and Lightside, credit to them, able to get back into the game, find their angles and get good engages. But yeah, it is a disappointing game to lose if you're Blue Whites, no doubt. But to be perfectly honest, a lot of positives coming through as well. And I would also just like to say we omega curse Sumi coming into this game. Right, we even had a graphic with his face on it. Right,
yeah,
how great this man is. That was.
It starts with success. So let's be real. Sumi was outclassed here. This is, like I said in Champ Select, this is a Taliyah favored matchup. Like, it's not like a hard stomping lane, but the Taliyah has the edge versus LeBlanc. Custom absolutely slammed them in this lane. Like, that was just complete outclassing. Multiple solo kills from the LeBlanc. Really, really impressive stuff from the Blue Whites mid laner. I can't take that away from them. They were 3,000 gold up at 15 minutes. Really, really solid game. I think the big issue for Blue Eyes right now is I think they struggle to play from ahead, and I think they need to start working on how to use your gold lead and extend that into a victory, how to make that gold lead even wider using the resources you've already gained. Because they are a team who I can just taste that success from them. They are so close to being actually a good team. But right now, there's just a few little holes in that ship that's causing it to sink. So I'm excited for the next few weeks. I mean, we're only on to week 3, so it's still early days. They joined the league late. I think it's fair for us to give them their due diligence and a little bit of time to kind of warm up, because they had way less time to get ready for this season than everyone else did. But I do want to start to see some growth from them, and because I think the foundation, I think the base level of this team is actually a lot better than the score currently says.
I totally agree. So that's why we're going to toss it to the interview to talk with Agets yet again about what happened. And there he is. Before we start this one, I would like to publicly apologize, because in the Prime League, Germany, Jack's support has been picked with Hail of Blades. And he won.
Yeah.
The tech is there.
Yeah, I basically sold the idea to him, so... Or I sold it to Simply, a friend of mine, and he sold it to his team. So they've been playing it a lot, and it worked out for them. I'm glad.
I'm watching. See, I'm watching. I'm paying attention. Now let's talk about you. There were really good signs. It looked like the game was going the way you guys were looking forward. So tell me about how did you achieve that point, and when it just started to go down, and why it went down.
Yeah, I mean, the game looked really good for a solid 15 to 20 minutes, but then, like, we got caught a lot in, like, very bad places, or we're, like, recalling badly, or, you know, stuff like this, and then gave kills to the Smother, who then could carry the game, since that was their only win con at that point. So that was kind of awful, but it's fine, happens. I mean, I think we've learned a lot and we've improved a lot, so I think we'll be much stronger from this on.
That's the thing, there's a lot of improvement from the team. The team is not lowering their arms. I think the previous time you guys lost, it was mostly like, oh, we lost, GG, go next. This time there was something different. It seems the mentality is going towards someplace else. What do you believe is the shift in the team? How have you seen the team shifting from the position they were in to where they are now? Do you think it's like the time and adaptation you're taking into this league and you're finally realizing, hey, we're on Division 1. We can pull it off. We can pull it off. It's about momentum and working on ourselves.
I mean, I gotta give credit to Custom, our new mid laner. He has been like really helpful, really good. I mean, he kept Sumi that game like completely. He looked really good, and I think we'll be a real contender. Maybe next week we'll see about tomorrow's match, but I think at least next week we'll be a real contender.
Damn, I like that. Those are really good words. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, and there's some success on the Jack support, and I really enjoy the fact that you guys are pulling through. So, congratulations. I don't care what anybody says. The team is looking good. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I'll see you soon. It's good to know that like a little shift in the mechanism on the motor itself is making the entire car move towards where they want to. This is really important. Sometimes it's just that little piece, you know? Sometimes it's just a piece of mentality. That's really important.
Yeah, and it seems like they're not upset either. It doesn't seem like these losses are getting to them, because ultimately it looks like they're learning from these losses. It looks like they are taking valuable kind of information and then moving it forward into the next games. And you know, their progress isn't in the stats itself, but in their play style, which eventually should start to translate into victories, into wins for them. So yeah, I'm not on the hype train yet, but I can see myself starting to get excited by this team. Are they a playoffs contender? Mm-hmm. That is a big ask, but I do expect them to be out of any relegation positions by the end of the season. I think they're a very, very solid team.
You know what? When I practiced Muay Thai, my sensei told me something. You have to receive pain in order to deal that pain. And I had the hospital in speed dial, and I received a ton of pain. So that's how you get it better at life. At least he told me. I don't know. I never agree with him. I'm just saying. So let's talk with Ruddy Fresh on the other side, because we have to talk with the winners as well. Hello, mate.
Hello.
Doing? I saw that swine over. What happened there? Were you teasing me? What happened? I was really expecting this fight.
It's just a mental advantage against Blue Whites, because last split in Div 2, we got 2 games from them with like Swain on regular split, and I think they didn't really like it. And now they just started banning all my mages on last playoffs and this regular split, it seems. So some mental edge there.
That's mean. But you also played the Swain. We talked about it. Obviously, you played Aurelian in that, but you played the Swain, correct?
Yeah, for sure.
Can I get you to, if one day you pick the Swine and you win, I want you to do a cosplay of like a crow as soon as we jump into the interview. Something like, I don't know, whatever comes to your mind. I just need something. So tell me something. Salamander, you brought in the buffed dragon. How does it feel to pilot that one? The buffed, improved version.
Really great. Really great, because I love the champ. The champ's so fun to play, like I just want to play it more. And the buffed, like now he can actually survive lane pretty well. Like compared to previously, but although this game we had some misplays in early game, not really playing through prios and covering like sides to actually get the farm, so it's pretty hard, but we get through it, so it's fine.
Obviously there's an improvement from Blue Whites, and we've been talking about that. That's obviously an improvement, but on the other side, when you look into this game, let's get the crap and let's talk like real words. You got beat up at the beginning of the game. Does it concern you as you move forward through this?
Not at all. Not at all. Oh. Sumi actually got a bit nerfed last night. He woke up in like 40-degree fever or something. So I mean that might have like a slight factor to this, but he'll get better and he'll gonna cap every mid again. It's fine.
Love it. Thank you so much for the interview, Pretty Fresh. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. And I'll see you soon, man. I need that swine. And there he is. He was the MVP. 1403. 14. Look at the damage. 48%.
That's crazy.
They didn't nerf the dragon. Spyro's getting out of control. That ain't right. Whoa. That ain't right, mate.
That's mental. That is 48%, 1500 DPM. Bloody hell. He was getting like it was problematic early game as well, right? He was down like 30 CS. He was struggling. Jeez, that is a compelling stat line for Fruity Fresh.
Yeah,
that's compelling.
You used to call mom, but you never call mom anymore. You're the dad now. Like 48%.
I knew it was coming. I knew that was coming, man. I don't. Oh, I'm so disappointed in you.
Fast Leg was so close to being the MVP.
Yeah,
but it did some really important hooks. And he also failed some really important hooks. So
there was a moment when we were watching that because the desk decide who gets MVP.
Sorry, guys.
Just to break down the fourth wall a little bit there. There was a moment where I said to the other two, I don't think Fastlings land a hook all game yet. And then immediately after, he started landing all those hooks at the Baron pit. And we're like, okay, that's a bit of a redemption arc. But at that point, they asked us who our MVP was. And we agreed if he misses another hook, he's not getting MVP. And we're going to give it to his
It was
ADC.
10 seconds.
And then literally like 15 seconds later, misses a hook. And we're like, right, Smolder, MVP, easy. Done. Fastlane, get cooked.
48% as well. I mean, those are some stats. I've never seen that one, by the way. But let's see the last game of the day. It's going to be Nord versus Venomcrest. This is going to be the big one. We're talking about two teams tied up in first place, or currently in second-ish, because Ruddy just won the first game. This is massive. And talking about massive, I want to bring in two specific players. They're not from the same line, by the way. It's Nille and Lingard, because to me, Nille is like the wall. Look at this monster. This guy is like, I don't need to farm. I will just block everybody and be the biggest nuisance in real life. He's such a good top laner. On the other side, though, you have Lingard, who plays completely different champions. You never know what to expect from him. And look at the amount of damage that he deals with, the amount of gold that he brings in. To me, that's really important. 31% consistently with almost no amount of gold. Like, when you look into these two teams and we see these two players, what pops into your mind?
Nilly to me is always the one who jumps out. He feels like he took up Shikari's mantle in the region when Shikari moved on. Shikari is obviously a player who was just such a stone wall you couldn't break down. Someone who would basically just never lose lane. Nilly, I think I've seen him lose lane like once this season so far. He's just consistently very, very solid top laner. As you can see, down in CS, down in gold or experience, because he gets a lot of attention put onto him. People go up to deal with Nille, and it doesn't ever work out for them, or if it does, it comes at a pretty heavy cost. So I always think of him whenever I think of the team, because Nille he's just such a consistent top laner. And I think that's super important, because most of the time, I don't think junglers really play towards top as much as they do the other lanes. So you just want someone who's not going to be a problem. If you have a top lane that's not going to bleed out, it means you can focus on your mid, you can focus on your bot, and then you can play around those two lanes, and then Nille would still be there to do his job when he's needed later.
Yeah, I agree fully. Like, Nille is just... He's a stone wall topside. It's always someone you can rely on as well, and I think that's like a really big boon for Nord. You just know Nille is always going to be a huge factor in the game. Like, it is prophesied every single game it will happen, and he's very versatile and flexible in the champions that he can play and what he picks as well. Whether it's more of the carry style champions like we saw him play Rumble before. Maybe even Jax as well, or something like the bruisers, like the Aatrox or Nectins, that kind of thing too. So he'll pick loads of different things. It's hard to ban him out. It's hard to really shut him down. And as such, he'll always be a threat. He'll always be a problem. And don't give him Skarner.
We move on into the pick and ban. Tell me.
If I'm going to be honest, when it comes to top lane, I think Lenny might be one of the weaker spots for Venomcrest. Like, he can really pop off. Don't get me wrong, but I also do see him occasionally getting caught, sometimes making mistakes and going down. So you put him up versus Nille. This is the kind of matchup where I actually think Nille could shine and kind of channel his inner carry. I've got a lot of props on Nille right now. I think this is a good matchup for him, but picks and bans are going on while we're talking. Most importantly, things like the Corki is open, Cassante is still open, Skarner banned away, Triss banned away. So yeah, I feel like with the Corki, Cassante open, someone could get their hands on that. But after last game, I can't rule Smolder out anymore. That is a scary one.
Yeah, I think teams might be a little hesitant still to pick the Smolder, because to be honest, he shouldn't have got to that point where he was such a big deal, right? Because I think, you know, Lightside had kind of lost control of the game, and perhaps versus stronger opposition, they would have just not been able to get back into it. It's going to be that Maokai first pick here for Venomcrest. That's going to be slammed down, most likely in the jungle position for Theocast there, as a heavy ganking option, matched by the Sejuani, who honestly does very similar things, to be honest. I'd say it's kind of like a post-6 versus pre-6 style tank matchup there with the Maokai being more leaning towards pre-6. Wow, and if this roll gets slammed in, how much crowd control in the first 3 picks here? This is what happens when ADCs and physical damage champions are so strong in the meta. You just pick crowd control, especially if you look at all of the meta ADCs. They have like very, very low mobility in people like Jinx, people like the Varus we saw as well. You've seen like Philios get slammed down and picked up too. Like all of the strong ADCs don't have great ways to peel for themselves. So yes, crowd control very, very strong right now. And
wow,
but
no
could
carry.
you pick more crowd control? Honestly, if you try it, I don't think so.
That's the thing. You're just building up crowd control, but you have no one to deal damage yet. Corki has been available on the sideline, like, guys, pick me. No, there he goes. But that's a lot of CC.
That is a lot of CC. Very scary for the Corki, because if that Valkyrie is bud at the wrong time, they could just easily get popped. I'm curious what the answer is going to be here from Nord. Obviously, Corki flexible, so Nord have to kind of keep in mind that this could go mid, this could go in the bot lane. Interesting what they're going to pick up for the ADC front, because not much has been left. I guess a fair amount's been left open. You got the Caitlyn, you got the Jinx, you got the Varus as well. Looks like they're going for the Jinx. They're going to put a lot of faith in Nilly and, well, in the whole team to basically make sure that XC isn't getting caught out. But moving into the ban phase now, I expect to see either top laners or bot or mid laners getting banned out. I'm inclined to say they might just ban things like the Cassante and just give Nilly a tanky frontliner who can just absorb pressure for XC, like an Ornn or something.
Yeah, I think that's something like that's a good idea as well, because imagine the meta being such a thing where you're forced to pick Jinx into Maokai, Leona, and it's like you don't have an enchanter on your side either. Like, that's so hard to play with. That is so ridiculously hard. And for me, I would like to see this Corki go bot for Venom Crest, because yeah, the only other options you got for ADC are other really low mobility champions. You don't want to play them into Rel and into Sejuani, and probably whatever Nile is going to pick top lane too. So the Corki, on the other hand, with Valkyrie, with some more range going on there, can kind of deal with himself a little bit more and keep himself safe. We are getting some more bans coming through, though. It is the Way, which is probably a mid lane ban, but again, that has been flexed down bot side a lot as well. Yeah, a lot of flex picks coming through here so far, and because both teams have picked, like, arguably most likely the same roles here in jungle support and bot lane, you really can just ban away whatever you just don't fancy playing against here. So
that's a skip, yeah.
I think that is a skip.
Yeah,
that is a skip. That is a skip. Yeah.
Interesting.
So
okay.
I was waiting for like a Ziggs or something that you can also play as the Way, where you can play bot or even mid, and you can just flex the Corki.
I think this is a Cassante angle though, right? They've banned the Aatrox.
It's gotta be.
I feel this has to just be Cassante for Nile and just give him something which he can just pilot the top lane on. And then counterpick mid, or they go for the Yone for Hunt. That's a lot of AD though. So maybe Nilly is gearing up for a Rumble pick here.
Rumble's banned. This is it. Rumble would be sick, but he is banned. Yeah, I agree with you though, Jake. That would have been a really good pick. And,
but if you pick
Cassante, 100% going to slam this Cassante down. There's like no doubt in my mind.
Wait, hold on. It's Sejuani top, isn't it? It's going to be Lilia or Karthus jungle.
Yeah, that would also make sense as well.
Yeah.
This would be a good flex. Yeah.
Either you go for that or like a Gragas on the top lane to try and get some...
Oh, you could do Gragas as well.
Yeah.
I forget that champ exists sometimes, but yes, you could do the Gragas.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of it, but certainly could be a thing.
I'm inclined to say I'd like the Karthus here, but there's a lot of front line to play for. Oh my word.
Yeah.
That's not getting locked, right? I mean, that
would be so interesting.
But no, it's Corki mid, Kai'Sa bot.
Corki mid, Kai'Sa bot. You have like low range for the team with Sejuani, Rel, and Yone. You're putting yourself in that position. Now you can play for the duel. Now you can look in the challenge and say, Cassante, okay, accept the challenge.
I just worry. There's so much AD if you lock this in. I know technically Yone does a little bit of magic damage because of his passive. That's it. I was about to quit my job. There. Okay, so Gwen fills that hole. It does fall into the similar issue you were talking about though, Archer, in the low range. Oh, I think it was Foxtrot actually was talking about that. You are very low range as a team here. Okay, thanks Archer, it was you. Sorry, give you your shout outs. You are incredibly low range, but This is a brawly team. In a team fight, this is very brawly. Jinx is just going to be peppering on the outside with the rockets, and everyone else is just going to be getting caught in a CC chain. Sejuani has it so good this game. Both mid and top are really good at setting up her passive and making it for ganks. So I think Ecstasy and Romeo are going to have to do their best to not int the lane and play safe while mid and top get fed, because that's going to be Nord's game plan.
This is why I think as well, if you're Nord, you might not even want a 5v5 at this point.
True.
You play for side lanes, you put Yone in the side lane, you put Gwen in the side lane, and then as you say, the Sejuani matches up so well with them, you can move along to them and tackle whatever it is. Lene will be safe in the side lane on that Cassante if he's matched into Yone or Gwen. But someone like the Corki absolutely won't be. And so if you're Venom Crest, you're going to want to group up a little bit more. You're going to want to look for those 5v5 team fights. And if you're Nord, I don't think you want to. I think you want to play towards your side lanes a bit more. Get NLA doing his thing. Get Hunt doing his thing on the Yone. And yeah, it's kind of just like, if you're Ecstasy, just try and not get picked out when you're by yourself holding a tower.
I like that mission. Nord versus Venom Crest. Top 2 teams. We talked about the big 3, but at the end of the day, only another one can join Ruddy at the top of the table. To find out who's going to be that team, well, let's toss it one more time. And the last time for Duckling. And who's there?
It's Ruddy here with me. Wow, now you're the one to get random checked, huh?
I got ran checked, I know.
Yeah, you got random checked. That's crazy. That is actually crazy, though. Regardless, we are about to make it into the final game of the day. Game of the day as well. That's the same thing said twice, meaning different things here, though. As it's Venom Crest versus Nord. This draft is interesting. I'm obviously always excited to see Lenny on the Cassante, something he got famous for in the NLC and Spring Split, right? Having good performances on that. But overall, this draft, I'm not sure. Go on, Ruddy. Do you have anything interesting?
Overall, this draft, end sentence. I love that. That's my play-by-play.
It's some cooking. It's some cooking.
That's my play-by-play. No, I mean the desk actually did a really good job highlighting the majority of this draft. For Nord specifically, they have a lot of options. I think Foxtrot really nailed it with, you have Yone, Gwen as side laners. We don't need to 5 versus 5 necessarily. A lot of the concerns that they had were that this Nord composition was actually really short-ranged. I think that's a pitfall that Venom Crest also slightly fall into. Kai'Sa typically wants to dive in, wants to be one of those down and dirty AD carries who dives in, makes damage in that short distance. And Corki as well, with the way he got reworked, again, wants to be auto-attacking in his auto-attack range, not that of a Caitlyn. Obviously still has those rockets, still has an element of long range to him, but so does the Jinx for Nord. So both compositions may struggle with that short range nature, but when you've got 2 compositions that both are really short range, the effectiveness of engages become really important. And at that stage, you're looking at your engages in particular. So Simpete, Romeo, the 2 engage supports that we've got, really need to put their money where their mouth is, find those engages, and find the correct targets as well.
Yeah, when you make that analysis, then we look at the engages, right? I look at both the drafts here, and I think engage support on both teams. Junglers can also find the engages from the market, can either flank with the ultimate, or does have the flash W combo as well. Alex can also get in. So many engages, so much to look forward to in our game of the day here to round out the week number 3. We'll throw it right into the game. So on to the riff we go. One final time here today. Dude, it is Venom Crest up against Nord. 2 3-1 teams fighting. One of these teams will join Ruddy atop the table and will sit there on the throne for at the very least one more day, while the other will be thrown into the slums of a big fight.
Well, with both junglers starting on their blue buffs, we may see some early action here. Usually, if junglers starting on the same side of the map, you can expect to see them meet on that bot side or top side, wherever it may end up being. And this time around, with a little bit of a crossed clear, junglers may end up not meeting for a fair while. Interesting that we get to see Alex moving their way up to this top side, maybe looking to force an early kill onto Lenny, maybe going to try and gank mid through the top side angle. Or maybe that's just where our two junglers meet. But for me personally, coming into this week as a whole, the player I'd been most excited actually to take a look at was Ecstasy, and this was purely based off of the first game of the split. Got to watch fairly in-depth, wow, a good attempt from Simpy there, but the principles of laning for Ecstasy seem really, really solid, really understanding the core principles, and never really looked like he was having standout games on his wins. And even the game that they lost, right, Nord were ahead for the majority of that game, could very feasibly be 4-0 right now. But Ecstasy has always been consistent and always just feels like a reliable AD carry that you can look back to and look on for a carry performance. And when you've got a Jinx, that's exactly what you need, and that's a quality that you should value.
Oh yeah, and all of this happened on the bot side, by the way. Ecstasy's down to half HP somehow. I think Simpy found a good opportunity to get some poke down, but I very much do agree. Obviously, as a play-by-play, I didn't look at it and think, I think he has good lane fundamentals, he has not standout games. I've been looking at the team fight thinking, oh my god, big damage, big numbers, big scores. But there is no doubt in my mind, regardless of how you look at it and how in-depth you go, where Ecstasy is certainly a good AD carry in the league, and him and Hunt, previously playing together on Sven and Svesta, making EME and Masters. You can clearly see why, because this is a very, very strong carry duo.
No doubt, and now you get to see a little bit more power that the Jinx has. We talked about it in game number 1, the ability to control a wave. If Ecstasy wanted this to push, it would have done, but just drawing the jungler down to that bot side, whether or not they knew that Theocast was on their way or not. As soon as there's an element of danger vis-a-vis a dive, just use your rockets, trim the wave down, make sure that that dive has pretty much petered out before it even happens.
Little pause here early on, just 4 minutes in, hopefully nothing major yet again. I've positively cast a curse at the Falmer break and made it end quicker than no one would normally expect. Let's see if that happens again though. But slow start. I agree with the point you've made about Ecstasy. Is there anyone else that you want to throw into the mix to and have a bit of a chat about Ruddy? Now we have the time.
Yeah, I think the other standout for me from last split was Lenny. Venomcrest obviously sort of rebuilding around Lenny with their new roster that they've picked up for split number 2. And what I really enjoyed was actually the interview that we got also from week 1, where I can't remember who quite we were talking to from Venomcrest, but Archer asked, oh, you know, is Lenny that calming presence on the team, you know, the more veteran voice that's just sort of telling people to not get too hyphy? No, that's just not the case. Lenny was the one who was calling for the action, calling for the fights, and I think that is an element of leadership as well, that they sort of admitted, you know, yes, he's had that experience in Division 1, so we are looking a little bit more toward him for those types of calls, but that goes both ways, right? If you see somebody who's doing something illegal, you have the right to sound the alarm and try and punish them for it.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Obviously, Lenny, one we know can get solo kills, so there's no doubt in my mind that he, at the very least, is able to go for the action, as you say, if he spots something illegal. He's willing to slam down and stop him in his tracks. But this top lane, though, it's a very hype matchup. We saw this last bit as well on the exact same teams, Nile versus Lenny. Nile is, been around for years now in the NLC ecosystem, and I still really think about how he went from being a good top lane in our league when then last year on Verdant he really came into his own and became one of the best players in our league. Really, I want to say over the course of the full year at the very least, having multiple standout performances while being prioritized incredibly heavily by his team. Verdant really putting resources into putting him ahead.
Yeah, I remember 2023 spring was when we got to see split push Nilla, and Verdant were looking insane with the early season split pushes, and with the summer split as well, Nilla continued that success. I do remember though, last split, at least in the majority of our All-Pro voting, Nilla not quite making it to the same highs that specifically Lenny was doing for this matchup. Lenny was, ones and twos pretty much across the board from at least our casting duo, where
this
Nilla
though
was...
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, though. Felt like that could have been something there, as the
mana
bar in particular was incredibly low on Lenny.
The back side of that point being that Nilla was not somebody in contention for the ones and twos of All-Pro in top lane last split, where Lenny certainly was. So there is an element of point to prove for Nilla this time round. no better chance to do that than up against the person who, for the most part, was having his number last split.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, right? And it also ties into how Nile this year has to redefine himself, because as we talked about last year, it was these early split pushes and him being played for the whole team. It feels like a Nord, he's having to start into a different role. Yes, he can still carry, he's rock solid, he's one of the better tops in the league, and best tops I still want to say, to be honest, in our league, but he's not getting as much jungle attention anymore, not being pushed as far ahead by his team, and that led to it feeling, compared to 2023, when he was played for so much, there is a bit of a difference there in how he performed.
I love these early itemizations and also getting a lot of panning up to this top side just because it has been fairly action heavy. A lot of trades going to come through when you've got these two top laners up against one another. Early Negatron cloak for Lenny versus the plated steel caps coming through. Really high value items for both of these carries, or for both of these rather top laners I should say. Negatron Coke obviously going to have a lot of impact when you've got double magic damage on top and jungle, and of course those plated steel caps up against Kazante going to do very well in the early stages. But then I look at the carries the Venom Crest have drafted for themselves. Well, Kai'Sa, Corki, they're both dealing a lot of physical damage, so immense amount of value from that armor.
And while we are just on the topic of what we discussed before, in the meantime though, something happened across the map. 3 Void Cups were taken from Nord, and Venom Crest were able to claim that first straight, just so we're completely caught up to where we stand at the moment. Level 6 have been hit as well, and in particular I'm interested in how when we look through all the lanes, it almost feels like every time we look, one of the teams are looking for something at the very least. Hunt trying to poke down Fierce, Romeo maybe positioning for an engage as well. It definitely feels like there's trading back and forth, and it's just a matter of time really when that will lead into the first blood.
And the thing to remember about champions like Yone, when they're taking these even trades versus champions like Corki, there's a difference in not just health but also the mana. Yone can go for these trades at will and doesn't have to worry about a resource bar, whereas obviously Corki goes out, goes for a trade, and nice little sidestep there on the bot side, but they don't know.
Oh, the flash to W! Theocax shows his face, a good reaction from Ecstasy, but it was at a heavy cost to both summoners use.
Yeah, really fast cleanse slash there, and without seeing them in the brush, that's genuinely very impressive.
Needlework. Lenny, yeah, the needlework doing some work, but not enough. Lenny popped the ghost though, so definitely gained something from that, Nila, you could say.
And look who's on the top side of the map. Alex here is going to be stealing away a blue buff as opposed to looking for a dive on the top side. Still really difficult to try and take out Lenny when he has that all out available, and you've just used the needlework as well. Maybe a world where with enough HP they could make it work, but not something that they're looking for just yet. As Lenny continues to be a bit of a presence. Dive now, dive, go!
But here it is though, Alex misses the ultimate, and now Nile will run him down. He has the ghost, and instead it's Alex, the youngster, who picks up the first blood.
Alright, so an assist for Ecstasy as well, so a little bit of gold seeping into the bot lane there. Also first blood on that top side. Lenny with no TP, he's going to miss out on a few waves. As we see Hunt, once again, getting quite aggressive versus his counterpart in the mid lane, but a big win for Nord on that top side.
I do want to say though, every time we look mid, Hunt is going forward, but this early game Yone not doing much damage in the auto attacks, and it feels very weird saving fire 5-6 auto attacks off, and Fierce just doesn't really care, and that's how the trade ends.
Well, enjoy it while it lasts, Duckling, because I played enough games versus a Yone that yeah, it's going to take less than 6 auto attacks for me to get 100 to 0 later on if I'm playing AD carry. And Ecstasy, really nice angle. Typically when you're looking for these cross-map ultis, doing it from base just gives you a better chance at hitting them. I'm looking at champions like Ashe in particular. But Lenny, of course, really solid stuff, trying to get himself out to safety, but unfortunately, having dodged the Glacial Prison, then all out's back in, because it's the only real way you can get the ability off, but ends up falling, ends up going down, and first blood unfortunately does go to Alex as opposed to Nilla, but first blood, and the difference that wave, more so than anything, is going to make is going to be really impactful and helpful for Nilla as well.
Engage here from Romeo feels a bit forced, to be honest. There's not much comes of it. Alex and Hunt were in the area.
That's a big trade. Look at Simpy's health. He's limping away.
Barely survives that fight. Very close. Yes, the blood is about to be spoiled, and Oh, now they're re-engaged. They want ecstasy. No summoner spells this time, remember, after last one. And he's in a whole heap of trouble as Theocax steals the kill. These junglers kill hungry, that's for sure. Romeo crash downs out to safety and now 1-for-1 on the kill ball.
Alright, well, again, what great response that is from Venom Crest. Having burned Ecstasy Summoner spells about 3 minutes ago, knew that the timer was going to be elapsing fairly soon and made that play happen down on the bot side within just enough time. I'll also draw your attention to Theocat's items as well. Liandry's in the back pocket for the Maokai. Phase Rush as well, so this is much more geared toward dealing that magical damage, and an element of the profile that we'd maybe thought might be lacking is now being picked up a little bit. Full AP Maokai could very well come to fruition as we get another glimpse at how all that started. Ecstasy unfortunately gets clipped by the inner ring of the Solar Flare, stunned up, and from there on in really has no way to go.
Crazy that Theocax gets the kill there with the ultimate in the end. And yeah, let's just bring it back to where we are live though. Void drops are about to be taken. This is Nord who wants to get all 6 of them. As Nila fights Lingard early on. I thought initially that was Letty. Woohoo! This Gwen is dealing damage. Nice block there by Simbi to ensure his AD carry will make it out to safety. Yeah,
we've just seemingly forgotten about bot lane. We do not care for that
no
at
one's
all.
down there actually. What?
So maybe head toward the dragon now as well. So 6 full Void Grubs for Nord. If they get any access to turrets, they're going to be really loving it. And this really reinforces what Foxdrop was mentioning on the desk, that Nord don't need to 5 versus 5. Yes, they've got Jinx, and if they can find a first reset for the Jinx, she's probably going to pop off. But if they can play split push, if Nilla can get farmed and play versus the Cassante, if Hunt feels comfortable side laning versus Fierce, they're going to be more than happy to try and take these 1 to 2 auto attacks on turrets and watch them fall under the Void Mites.
Yeah, and here's just time for a bit of an item check as there is the second Drake of the game available. Venom Crest, remember, managed to get the first one, and they're also looking to, you know, have a strong spike here. First items completed across the board, so yeah, as you say, should likely get that second one as well as the spike. Just haven't come through quite yet for the Northern Ruster. Romeo caught out CCJ. Can he even get the crash down? No, he cannot.
Oh,
Theocax steals the kill yet again.
He needs them. He loves them.
He wants those kills. Points, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Got to get that rabbit on staff cap. He's not going to be working on that with assist money, is he? So,
yeah.
2 kills. Absolutely.
This Drake though, safely in Venom Crest hands. Alex is here, but it's just to watch it go down. The rocket is nice, and I now want to take my time to go towards this Koki discussion. I touched on it in game number 1, but the different build paths that you have available, I'll hold on to that though. I'll see Hunt is out for sure. He is. And in game number 1, we saw the opportunity first build into Collector IE, I believe, very burst heavy, while this time around Fierce different rune in the free footwork alongside getting the Trinity Force first item. Can you touch on the builds here?
Oh, no, actually, I have a replay of Romeo dying, so that's going to take precedent at the minute, and it's a lovely start playing. Again, shout out Theo for being able to take that one down. Honestly, Duckling, the less burst-oriented, when Corki's playing this game out, he's probably going to be hitting a lot of Sejuani. The lethality not going to feel that great when Sejuani is probably going to end up building out some armor, and you know, the diminishing returns on lethality versus armor, not something that you should be looking for. So just opting into something which is probably going to be a bit more consistent in that Trinity Force. We're probably still going to see an Infinity Edge. We may yet even still see a Collector, but the opportunity specifically as an opener just doesn't quite have the same amount of value as we might have seen from a previous game.
And I can make sense of that. Just to have my own 2 cents. I wholeheartedly agree. I just in general like Trinity Force better as this Herald goes down. It's the thing about the Trinity Force, it just feels good to use on the Corki, to be honest.
Oh, the field test. I love it.
Not the field
now
test,
you're
but
talking like a caster. No, you're good. You're a good dude.
Maybe it's
I'm completely on your side.
Because I grew up loving to play Corki with like when you build Mirror Mana, Trinity Force, Rapid Fire Cannon, and IE 4th item. Those were like the good old days of Corki, and you can still kind of build that. Now you just build Trinity into IE and then Rapid Fire Cannon. It hurts a whole ton. Spheres with that Trinity Force, the good feeling will look to take down this turret. As Nila is under a lot of pressure from 3-4 members if Lingard decided to rotate up as well. But Nila able to clear the wave here as the game state is very even 15 minutes in.
Yeah, now we'll get to see the diversifying plans of both of these teams. Expectation is that the side laning for Venom Crest really not going to be as strong as it is for Nords. They should be looking to force 5 versus 5s, force fights in and around the mid lane or around these neutral objectives. But Nord, as you can see, more than happy to throw hands down in that side lane. Hunt already just ease forward, gets a couple of autos down. That's job done. Slowly be able to whittle down that turret. Kind of reminds me of the times when you used to see Echo played in the mid lane and ulti was on such a short cooldown that you would go phase rush, you'd go all these on-hit style of items, you'd E forward, hit the turret one time with your E and then ulti out to safety, and then by the time the next wave came back, you'd have your ulti back up again and you'd just rinse and repeat, and it'd take you about 3 autos before you could end up taking it down. We're not in those times anymore, and it might take Hunt a little bit more to do that.
Luckily
Maybe a
not,
little bit of alone
not.
time.
That sounds horrible to be in. Regardless, though, this game is slowly but surely moving towards the more interesting parts. I think it is fair to say. A close affair with a small goal lead, despite the kills being a Venom Crest favor. The goal in total is in favor of Nord.
Yeah, Nord currently just taking these outer turrets with seemingly very little recompense. Bot tier 1 does go down. Top tier 1 is able to be saved by Fierce and a little bit of presence on the top side by Simpy, by Theo. So not the worst case in the world for Venom Crest just yet, as Ecstasy really the one area of the map that actually a little bit weaker on par versus the rest of his team. Still has a gold lead over Lingard, it is worth mentioning. That cull certainly paying dividends in the long run. That extra death, and now Nilla looking to get focused on this top side.
Yeah,
Ghost
once
popped.
Fierce TP's in as well. Fierce is the main target. Can they get him in time? Yes, the damage is good, and the kill is secured. Nilla down to half HP, tries to dash out. Hunt re-engages with the Fate Seal, but he's oh so low, taken down by Lingard. Ecstasy dishing out the auto. Same goes for Lingard, though, as Romeo is cut down by the Kaiser. Double kill now. Triple kill potentially as Alex running for the hills. Nilla dying to the bush. Well, I think there's something in there. Oh my god, Theocax! That's why you steal the kills! The Leandris claims it, and Venom Crest, they win the fight.
Yeah, really solid performance on that top side. A couple whiffed ultis from Nord, swing the fight in favour of Venom Crest. Glacial Prison goes wide. Fate Sealed not really onto a high priority target. Nilla, they start up this fight. Yes, they're able to take down Fierce. As soon as spots Theo, knows that the only way out is through, and the rest of the team do a great job at attempting to collapse. As soon as this stun comes through, though, check out the Fate Sealed from Hunt here. Only knocks up the Leona, and then Alex as well, this Glacial Prison. Into Narnia. We'll see you later, buddy. The Kaiser free hitting this whole time, and Lingard really nicely repositioned with the Killer Instinct to get into the right side of that fight and constantly be able to dish out the damage.
Oh my god, Nilla dying to the sapling there in the bush as well. Tragic for Nord, as they're now out 500 gold behind the kills. Solidly in Venom Crest's favor. And the thing is, 2 item spikes starting to come through. Look at Lingard. Very happy to be at that spike, because the Drake, the soul point is up on the rift, and it looks like they will claim it for free.
Absolutely. So soul point for Venom Crest, as you'd mentioned, Duckling, and for Nord, question becomes, well, how can we play side lanes when in 5 minutes time we're going to have to contest for a soul? Are we planning on giving the soul entirely, or are we going to be happy to take a 5 versus 5 when we're potentially at a slight disadvantage? All these questions going to need to be answered, and Venom Crest asking all the right questions really, and trying to see if they've got the answer.
Yeah. Miss Harold will get a chance. Will it get the turret though? Feels like the fight is on the way. TP in the back lane. Notice that it's Nilla coming in alongside Hunt, but they're taking a different route. Theocax, the main target, Exit though, locked up, and Alex, same for him. That's a good engage though. Can Nilla get the damage down? Fierce, Simpy, everyone is in the pit as first reset comes through. Venom Crest though, good disengage from them. Simpy somehow gets out as well. So many resources invested, and it's a 1-for-1 in the end.
Yeah, and Ecstasy just doesn't have the damage at this stage in the game, not versus the slightly durable front lines of Lenny, of Simpy, who have got just enough health to put this Jinx to rest. Well, Dominic's Regard getting picked up, it looks like, very early on, but currently there's very little armor to speak of. They did change the way LDR works. It's more of a armor busting item now as opposed to a HP. They got rid of the Giant Slayer effect on it, so I need to see some armor built up. I imagine it will be at some point, so it's not going to be a completely wasted item, but for right now, not really getting the true value out of it. What's that rune answer though, if that can come through for Ecstasy, if you get an Infinity Edge in there, those are your big ticket items, but again, the way this build path has gone, we're going to be waiting a long time before they're picked up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a slow burner this game. 2 item spikes starting to come there. 3 item spikes still a bit of a ways away for most of these players to stay fever dreamed for now. Remember, win out this game, go top of the standings alongside Ruddy. The loser will be thrown into DMG and Lightside being in a shared 3rd place with a score of 3-2. Split very much still well and truly alive as we ever so slightly edge closer towards that midway point of the split. After this game, there are 2 more games to go before we repeat the same opponents. Just to check up here. After this, as Hunt, yeah, he's dead. He's there. Yeah, he's just gone. He could try to do something, but there's not much to be done as him and the rest of Nord after this game have Blue Whites and Ruddy to round out their first round, while Venomcrest have Nativz and Lightside. So in terms of strength of schedule, if Venomcrest win this, there's a very real possibility that they could get 2 more wins before we start repeating opponents. So let's take a look at the fighting one more time.
Yeah, this is that 5 versus 5 in the mid lane. You can see Ecstasy's popping constant auto outs here, but unfortunately it doesn't quite have enough in the tank. And I think that actually going for Zap, going for Rocket there, such short range might have been a loss of DPS more than anything. Fortunately, Nilla was there to do probably just enough back to keep that fight winning for Nord. Not quite winning enough though to take the fight afterwards and take the dragon. So nice little win for Venomcrest once again, 7-3, but the gold remains very, very even. Importantly as well, if we look at where the gold is located and how much it's located in either specific area, it's only 1 to 200 gold really in terms of any advantage for any given role. So nothing particularly to write home about. A very, very even state in terms of gold for the teams. I'm just currently looking at current strength of compositions. Corki almost got that Infinity Edge picked up once that's in the back pocket. Maybe an apex of the Corki's power to be hit. It's mid-tier 1. Unfortunately, nothing that Nord can do about it. Venomcrest can be more than happy to knock that one down. A reminder, Nord looking to play this split push game, looking to keep Yone and Gwen in the side lanes for as long as possible. If that means that Nord have to sacrifice a tier 1, something they're going to have to do. And if Lenny can end up winning out in this bot lane, that's going to be really, really detrimental.
Yeah, it feels like when Nila will be able to complete that second item, the Void Staff, it will change quite a few things, needing that magic penetration to be able to do anything, because at the moment has a lot of respect for Lenny and he's feeling confident as well in this 1v1. It's clear to see that despite the goalie being small, it is Venomcrest who just feel that tad stronger at the moment.
Yeah.
If I am being completely honest, it feels like they are reaching their spikes earlier, while someone like Ecstasy, I would still need to see 1 or 2 more items, maybe even on the Jinx, before I say he's ready to carry a team fight. And just want to mention, the only bounty outside of Lingard, who has a 200 gold bounty, is the 300 gold bounty of Theocax. That's kind of crazy. 4-0-2. He's had a good game so far.
Nothing if not efficient.
Exactly, yeah.
This guy, Leandri's into Warmogs. Just boom. I needed damage, I bought damage. I need health, hey, I'm buying health. Let's see. Let's see what comes next. You know, it could very easily be, hey, another Fated Ashes. I
need AP Rabidons.
Hey, well, please. I don't know that that's the case.
It would be fun, though.
It would be very fun, don't get me wrong. Maybe we're going for something a little more geared toward the supportive style, though. I don't know.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. The 17-year-old wonder kid hasn't looked out of place, as needs to be careful if he's out of position. But coming in from Mouse Academy, didn't have much success there or any to say. But in this team, he stepped up. He's looking a valuable part of it. As Alex now starting up the
Soul, by the way.
Yeah, as you say, it is Soul. It's massive. Can the 17-year-old secure double Theocax stop him in his track? As Lenny starts to tank it up. The ultimate comes out already. Nila also throwing out the needlework. Alex being cut through here by Lingard. Forced to flash out to safety. The Drake still standing, by the way. Now no jungler to secure it. The Soul goes over to Venomcrest. They found Ecstasy. They found exactly everyone on Nord, to be honest. As far over the wall goes Lenny. Nila trying to outplay him, but not much to do when Casante's coming for you. Lingard goes rampage. The Baron is on the Rift. Maybe that's the ultimate prize here, if they want to get even everything.
Soul +4 for Venomcrest. If Nord's game last week, they were winning the whole way through, and maybe we could make an argument for them being 4-0. Venomcrest this time round are putting that notion to bed very early on. They've got this lead now, 4,000 gold prior to the Baron going down. Really solid team fight once again from Venomcrest. Just target selection on point for them. Constantly looking first target, and this 5 versus 5 composition that they've got, it's working out. Nord, I asked 5 minutes ago, what are they going to do? Are they going to give the soul? Are they going to accept that they have to take a fight when they're going to be weaker? It was the latter. The fight just did not go their way. Teleport in from Hunt. He actually TP'd into the Krugs of all places, where Fierce TP's right into the fight. So it's effectively a 4 versus 5 where you don't have your fate sealed to do any following up at all. It's a really mismatched, awkward fight for Nord to try and take, and it just doesn't work out for them.
Yeah, Venom Crest now solidly in the driver's seat. Baron buff, soul, gold lead, everything they could want. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to make the most of this as we take a look at the fight one more time.
Yeah, so just quick look at the minimap as well. Look at where Hunt TP's in, right? It's so far away, and Fierce is immediately into the action as soon as they join into the fight. And unfortunately, again, Ecstasy, as much as free hitting is great, the second he gets collapsed on, his team had already died. The front line had sort of crumbled around him. Wasn't able to pump out enough damage, and 2-item Jinx just not there.
Here, right? No, the Hello Mist keeps him alive for now as the burn
Leandries!
Theokag, second kill with the Leandries. Lenny should die to the turret, and the Ignite, no, barely makes it out. Ecstasy trying to cut through this HP bar, wanted to get something back in this game, but they can't.
Oh, TP straight into the mid lane as well from Lenny. They're looking to put this game to bed, Duckling. Turrets in the top lane, turrets in the mid lane. Granted, Hunt's pushing in the side lane, but all Fierce has to do is wave clear. It's not tricky for a Corki at this stage. This is nothing to be done.
Yeah, not even the 3 items on the Jinx is there yet, so the damage is nowhere in sight. Alex's HP par depleting by the second. Now the rotation comes through.
He's just tickling them.
Underneath the turret. Ecstasy might not even be there in the end because the damage is negligible. I can't speak English now. Regardless.
It's not there, bro. That's all we need to say.
That's all I need to say as the fight is done. I mean, the gold lead. This game is over.
Never say it's over until it's fully over, Duckling.
Have I just
see very strong scaling. I still see strong scaling. This game is very, very difficult for Venom Crest to lose. Let's put it that way. They've got 2 inhibitors down. Baron's still at their backs. Elder spawning in the next 2 minutes. Go bot lane. Make sure that you don't end up, fumbling over vision control. Make sure you don't get caught out in the spot side jungle while you're trying to take some jungle counts or anything along those lines. Set up vision around the bot side. Control mid lane. Control bot lane. In 2 minutes time, you can default back to the Elder.
What are you doing here, buddy? You're caught out. Fate sealed, though.
Okay.
Seals his own fate. That's survival. He's close to that 3-item point. That might be something, but looking at the items on Venom Crest, I do very much doubt it. Nile's on 2 items only. Ecstasy not quite on that 3rd. 4 items on Lingard. I mean, if he doesn't get one shot, he will just pop off and insta-carry the fight. Good bit of damage on him. Rooted. Cleanses burn, but Hunt. Yeah, Hunt is pretty much already dead in the front. Actually, Fierce claims it. They're all gone. Wipe off the rift. Venom Crest clean them up. The base is in their sights. The 4-1 scoreline soon to follow.
Venom Crest come out swinging versus Nord. A valiant fight with Fierce coming out on top.
It is an incredible game from them. All it took was a few big plays, a few small ones I could say as well, to be honest. They took an inch and they made it into a mile. They built this lead brick by brick, and yeah, what a performance from them. That's crazy. As soon as they got that lead, they felt so confident with it, despite that for many points of the game, if you just look at the kills and the gold, it was within 1,000 gold reach, but
yeah,
I can't remember a time I felt, not feeling control here.
No, exactly. Venom Crest constantly had good control over that game, knew what they needed to do and how they were going to go about doing it. Those early Drake controls were honestly very pivotal. The Mountain Soul in the end proved to be a really defining feature. Just diving turrets like that doesn't come easily, but it does come a lot easier when you have a Cassante who's got 3 tank items and then a couple of double extra Mountain Drakes shielding him up with the Soul on top of that. So really, really solid stuff from Venom Crest. They find themselves now at the top of the leaderboard, leveled up with Ruddy. Soul position, or not Soul, but joint first place now. Really good stuff, and hoping that tomorrow, with a game that should be relatively easy up against Nativz, looking at the standings, that they can go 2-0 on the weekend as well.
Yeah, it's certainly in their hands now. With that, we'll throw it to a break, though. Thank you so much for joining me, Ruddy. It's been a pleasure being back on the cast with you. When we come back from this short break, the analyst desk will have a post-game show to talk about the league, how things are going, and do interviews, of course. So we'll see you right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Venom Crest winning versus Nord means that Ruddy takes the first place, and then Venom Crest take the second, Nord following into the third one. It was a good game, it was an interesting one, and at the end of the day, we got to see Xante yet again, but Maokai doing a lot of work.
Yeah, I think Foxy raised the perfect point. There was a real lack of ability on the carry. Jinx did not get to play the game. Jinx needs items to really be relevant. There's a big front line to break through. That Asante though, god damn, Lenny just like multiple times would 1v X number underneath a tower. Absolute beast on the Asante. Really, really impressive performance from him. And I mean, the whole team just had Nord's number, and Nord kept trying to team fight when I don't think they should have been team fighting. They should have just played sides.
Yeah.
Especially on the Dragon, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is the difficulty, honestly, with the whole situation that Nord found themselves in this game. Is like they didn't really want to be grouped up too much. They wanted to play sides, but they lost the first dragon, they lost the second dragon, and then they lost the third dragon. It's like, well, crap, we're gonna have to group up and fight. Oh, you have to contest, so we're gonna lose soul. And you can't give Mountain Soul over to a team with 3 tanks, a Leona, a Cassandra, a Maokai. You just can't do it. So you're forced to group up and fight, and they didn't want to do that. They couldn't do that, and they lost. So yeah, they wanted a bit more time to work those side lanes, and for Jinx to actually become a bit of a threat if they did want to group up, but none of those things came to fruition. And as such, Venom Crest, honestly, all in all, had a pretty solid win there. Pretty clean stuff. Didn't really look like it was going to be too hairy for them at all at any point there. So, and across the board, they all played really well. I know we talked about the Cassante and the Maokai doing really well too, but still Lingard was great. He was like 5-0 something. Like, he was a huge threat too. So yeah, really well played there from Verdant.
A big fight between the, well, 2 of the big 3. So let's talk with Nord to begin with and understand where the plan went down. With that in mind, we brought it up. Nile, welcome to the interview. We get to meet each other again. And it was a rough game. My question to you is, the plan with the Jinx, with a lot of CC on the other side, that was a complicated situation for the draft, no?
Yeah, I mean, maybe could have been something different.
You there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Nile?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey? I don't think he's good. Can you don't hear me?
Wait, I can hear you.
Okay. You good? Can we start? So I'll start over. My question.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. We good.
Okay.
So my question to you to begin with was the idea of picking the Jinx versus such a high CC team. That was a rough position to put yourselves into, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have picked something different. I'm not sure. I mean, guess we felt kind of the comfort with Jinx because we've been winning with a lot. So yeah, maybe it was a bit rough this game.
And also pulling the Gwen out of nowhere. Were you expecting to play the Gwen? Was that something that you pulled at the end of the Champion Select? I saw like a glimpse of Vayne. I got worried for you, but you pulled out the Gwen. What was your preferred position to play on the top lane versus Xante?
I mean, I think I had a lot of options to go for, and I think in my eyes, like Gwen looked really good this game, and we kind of needed some AP damage maybe. So I think Gwen kind of fit well, but yeah, it's also, I mean, a bit harder comp to execute because we have 2 side laners, so it's not your like easy front to back team fight. So it's a bit harder to perform on as well.
Yeah, the Champion Select kind of dripped into the game itself, and it was complicated to execute against that team. But moving out of the game, let's talk about next week, because it seems like you will play versus Ruddy, and this is a big battle between the top big 3 of the team. What can we expect from that matchup? Because I think that will be the game of the week itself. What would you say for that matchup?
I mean, yeah, will be for sure exciting game. Hope we perform a bit better than today.
hopefully, and yeah, I think it will be a good game.
Where do you think you will take over Ruddy? If you had to pick like a reason why Nord will win versus Ruddy, what would it be?
I mean, that's kind of hard to say. I'm not sure. Probably top cap, I guess.
Okay, love it. Nila, thank you for the interview. I was just trying to bait something out of you, and it was a lovely game, man. It's really good to see like the top three battling against each other. So keep shining, man. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Obviously, like I want to poke the bear to see what's gonna happen next week. I always love that. But interesting that they brought up the idea that Champion Select itself was harder to execute versus the composition from Venomcrest, and we saw that on live.
Yeah, I think they got drafted into a corner in this Champ Select. I think that caused them some issues. We talked about the Jinx immobility, the lack of AP was a big thing, so I think they felt like they had to pick that Gwen. Personally, maybe there was a world where they changed out the Sejuani, put the Sedge top, and then picked like a Karthus or something, and you have another damage threat on the team. Someone who can assist with the 1-3-1 as well, because Karthus doesn't have to be there to make the play work, because he can just ult from wherever. I think things like that might have been a bit of a difference maker, but you know, this is all retrospectively looking back and trying to change time. Ultimately, they made mistakes and they gave up a little bit too much on the Dragons, which forced them into fights, and ultimately that was their demise. They played into a team who were drafted for the team fight, and they weren't really drafted to match it. So it was a bit of a mistake by Nord, but we have to go to Venomcrest. Venomcrest played this very well, drafted it incredibly well. We talked a lot about how Lenny was just a complete menace on the Cassante. Champion's broken, so no real surprises on that, but Theo on the Maokai, super impactful in team fights. I know who's MVP, but before we talk about the MVP, I feel like you could have made an argument for literally anyone on Venomcrest to be MVP, and I would have respected that opinion. They all played phenomenally in this game.
But it was the Maokai. The Maokai at the end of the day is the MVP. He brought the AP, the HP, he brought everything, but 5-0-11 coming into this game with 84% kill participation, Fox.
That's a lot, isn't it? When you look at that and you see it's a Maokai. He did rush the Leandries, but an 84% kill participation. Even those damage stats, 21% and 600 DPM, that is a lot of damage. And he's Maokai, for goodness sake. Yeah, you get Leandries first, but aside from that, he was going full tank. I think he was just really instrumental in setting up his team for that early game success, getting those lanes ahead, getting Venomcrest in a position where they were able to then secure those objectives and secure those dragons, which ultimately was, to be honest, the demise of Nord when it came down to it, when it came to contesting that fourth dragon. Because, yeah, Nord was taking all the grubs, and you think, yeah, 6 grubs for a team that wants to split push, that's great, but you've traded 2 dragons for it. Okay, not great. We don't want a team fight. Let's not get ourselves on soul point, but honestly, Theo was just, yeah, he was something else, honestly, that game. I thought he was sick, and he got some pretty cheeky little plays, didn't he, with his saplings? Those, yeah, like
couple of kills where people they'd waddle out of a fight being like, I made it, pop.
Yeah,
like really nasty little position of some of those. And yeah, I respect it. I respect the Leandries rush on a Maokai. It's always a little bit more fun. Maokais have had it bad. Them and the Mumu players have been eating bad since Demonic Embrace got taken away.
You know what? Let's talk with someone who piloted a really complicated champion in order to get this game. So let's talk with the top lane, Lenny, with Xante. Hello. Welcome.
Hello, guys.
I mean, people were saying he played the Xante. It is what it is. Nah, talk about it. Talk about the game. Because you just won versus Nord. In your opinion?
Yeah. I'm happy because I mean, this is my friend Romeo. But I think the victory is really important. This, and I think now it's a playoff and EU Master.
Oh, because so you're showing up like, hey, we can get EMEA Masters, we can go without one. There's a top 3 in the league: Nord, Venomcrest, and Ruddy. You guys lost versus Ruddy, but you won versus Nord. In your opinion, once you're able to match up versus Ruddy again, how can it be different from the previous time?
I think I don't will show all your strategy, but I think we know how to beat them, and I think the next season will be better.
There's something in the waiting. I see. When you look into your team, how would you describe Venom Crest? Like, if you met someone that is new to the league, like a new viewer, and you're like, I play for Venom Crest, and I'm like, okay, how do they play? How would you describe Venom Crest?
I think right now we play really macro. We have a really good macro. We play well. We don't overstand. We try to don't take too much risk, and but we are very aggressive. We need to play the most. We are not like AFK farm, or we try to engage.
That's a strategy. Yeah, I like it. Tell me something, Lenny. Last question. If you had to pick a champion and play it until the end of the split, who would it be?
Not Cassante for sure.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, bro, I just want to play something else. Bro, he's always open. But I think
that's it. Disrespecting you, man. But tell me. Pick a champion.
I think. I really like Kennen. Yeah, I like range, but maybe I think Kennen. Legit, I'm in love with Kennen right now.
Okay, let's see if one day you're able to pull that cannon on the top side. Thank you so much for the interview, Lanny. Pleasure to meet you. And congratulations on the victory, man. I got points because of you, so thank you for that one.
That's for me, but always for me. I got you.
Thank you, man. Have a lovely one. And there you go. So with that in mind, Venom Crest will take second place, not the first one, because of Ruddy. Because on the face-to-face, Ruddy is ahead. So Ruddy will take the first one. Venom Crest will take the second one. Nord are tied up with LLS and DMG. Interesting to see that one. Verdant in 6th place, followed up by Nativz with their first victory. Still waiting for the second. And Blue Whites got close, but not enough. Still with at 0-5. Looking at the standings from the week 3 day 1, any surprise though?
Not really on the front of the outcome of the games so far. Everything really went to plan. Nord versus Venom Crest was definitely up in the air for a lot of people. I, like a lot of the other casters, went for Nord to win this game, but I'm not surprised at all to see Venom Crest win it. It was a very hard call to make between the two of them. Just kind of looking forward to next week. Obviously, we still got tomorrow to go, but next week we have Lightside playing versus Venom Crest and Ruddy playing versus Nord on the first day. There is a world where if Lightside beat Venom Crest and Nord beat Ruddy, we have a four-way tie and all of them have beaten each other because Ruddy lost to Lightside as well. We could have like an incredible rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock situation where there's just loads of teams Spider-Man memeing, kind of pointing guns at each other. It's top's gonna be top of the table. Could be really fun by the end of the first day of next week. I don't care about tomorrow now. I just want to get on to next week and see how this is gonna go down. Obviously, all of those teams do need to win their games next tomorrow, and Nord have got Blue Whites. Let's be real, should be an easy win. Lightside versus Verdant, probably the hardest of the games for our top end teams tomorrow. But damn, we got some good games coming up tomorrow, actually. All of the teams.
It's changing.
Ruddy versus DMG. I think DMG looks really solid right now. They're probably my dark horse of the split, DMG.
Yeah, I agree. Fox, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm with Jake on that one. I think DMG have looked really solid, quite surprisingly so, honestly. But to be perfectly honest, the way the standings are looking here, I actually think this might just be how the split ends as well, like positionally speaking. I think maybe you chuck in DMG instead of Lightside. Lightside might just miss out a little bit. Personally, I just think from what I've seen from them. Happy to be wrong, of course, but when you've got Venom Crest, Ruddy, Nord rounding out the top 3, in my opinion, and then that 4th spot I think will go to DMG. You know, I just think already, despite how close it has been, the next, I'd say tomorrow and the next week will really solidify that opinion of mine. But so far, from what I've seen at this point, I would not be surprised to see those standings carry all the way through to the end of the entire split. Maybe like whoever's in like, you know, first and second might like fluctuate a little bit and stuff. But to be honest, like I just think it's quite reflective of what we've seen, you know. And most importantly, I will say, to just cap things off here, Blue-White will win at least 1 or 2 games this split. And I'm looking forward to seeing who that comes up against and how that throws a spanner in the wrench of the standings.
Oh, that's going to be interesting if they change the entire standings, if they are like that Kanak event, that eventful event. But with that in mind, if you're playing the Fantasy League, you know, if you're betting on Ruddy players, you're doing a good bet, at least in the standings. And if you're the best at the end of the split, you'll get one of these prizes. One for the first, the second, and the third one. If you don't know what I'm talking about, head on to the social media and sign up for the Fantasy League. Steel Cities is helping, but you have to help yourself by picking the best players. And if we're talking about picking, let's look at what we picked in predictions and see how the day ended. Because we had some spicy predictions coming in from Foxdrop, at least
How'd that pay off for you, bro?
Not too good.
That's a 0-point day for you.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm net neutral. That's not too bad, to be fair. Although everyone else is probably quite up. Oh, me and Rude Dude both. Me and Rude Dude are both on a 0. But yeah, Initialize, the perfect day. Look at him go. Bit of a coward, only slammed down 1 5.0, and that was one against Blue-White. So
Wait.
I see you, Sam.
I think I got robbed because I put on Venom Crest, but it's okay. It's okay.
You can't retrospectively say that now, mate. That's not how it works.
I'm looking at my predictions. I'm like, I didn't. Sorry.
Yeah, I put 5 points on Venom Crest as well.
No, you didn't.
And 5 on Light Side. That Ruddy, that 1 should be a 5 as well. That should be plus 20. I've been robbed too. I know how you feel, Archer, mate.
You know what? I'll take the -1 because it's not that big of a deal at the end of the day compared to you, which brings us into the standings. Now we're going to look at how that situation put. Yeah, you're still positive.
How does it feel to be that far behind Duckling, though?
Oh boy.
It's all right. It's early days. It's early days, right?
It is early days.
So don't you worry. I'll be keep on swinging for the fences, and one of these days you guys are going to be losing a whole bunch of points, and I'll be laughing.
Playoffs are going to
-20 at that point.
Playoffs are going to put me in the minus. I can never predict playoffs.
It's going to happen.
It's done at playoffs. I need to basically build as bigger landing pad, because I am going to be humbled. I am going to be falling from great heights as soon as playoffs start.
All of us.
Yeah.
This playoffs.
I don't got far to fall, so to be fair. That's
we'll be landing on you.
Us a lead.
Yeah, you will.
He's just giving us a lead, like start running. I'll catch up in playoffs. Don't worry about it. Talking about catching up, well, it's your time to catch up and head on to Twitter, not only to sign up on the Fantasy League, but also to vote on the MVP of the day. We had 4 games and we had 4 MVPs. And at the end of the day, it's up to you to go there and vote on Bucci, Alex, Free Fresh, or Theocax. You know what they did. You know what they played. Fruity Fresh with a smolder 1403, just saying. This was a massive day for all of them, so step up, go onto Twitter, and put in your not predictions, but on your MVP votes. For us on the desk, lovely gentlemen, I would like to know your goodbyes of today. I don't know if you guys will be casting tomorrow, but I don't think I'll be seeing you on the desk. So tell me, end of week 3, day 1.
Back Asante. Like, genuinely, our teams really need to respect Cassante. The amount of times this champion gets through and wins a game for the team you're playing against is abysmal. Ban that champion. He is not okay. He does way too much damage. Learn from your goddamn mistakes. We are now 3 weeks in and this champion is still tearing it up on the Rift.
Jake,
ban him.
I have an alternative. Don't ban Cassante. Hire Bucci.
Oh.
There's only one Bucci to go around. So everyone else has to ban Cassante. If you're
like
Bucci, don't ban it, pick
it. Sounds like a skill
was
issue.
The king today. He went up against Cassante, had the Renekton, and he was brilliant, honestly. I think, considering you look at the KDAs down there, and you see obviously like 14-0 and all this, whatever. Bucci's like 5-3-4. Ooh, like a bit of a clown show compared to other ones. But the actual impact that man had in that game. I genuinely think if that person is not Bucci, I don't think they win that game. Straight up.
Yeah.
He took a day off. picked up Renekton on his day back and just demolished Xante the entire side lane and just pushed the game until he won. Like,
good shit.
It's up to you, folks at home. It's up to you to vote on the MVP. And at the end of the day, to me, you are the MVP of the show for showing up every single day and supporting the Northern League of Legends Championship. We're on week 3, day 1, but tomorrow we have day 2. And so it's up to you to join us same time, same place. I'll see you soon. And until then, keep climbing.